allow that.
I didn't know.
And on top of that, even if it were allowed, like you can trade this stuff. Like I get subscribers that complain, depending on their broker, they have to pay additional fees or phone in orders. It is not easy to trade these companies on in your brokerage account. If you're a U.S. citizen and if you don't want to invest and trade on the CSE and you want to do an OTC trade. So I think the universe of investors in the United States is so much bigger than what's there now. And so long story short, MSOS is a way to allow people who can't navigate the current system to get in.
And again, it's multi-state operators in the U.S.
So look, I want to say a big caveat. So they don't actually invest in these companies. They invest in derivatives. Now, I always tell my subscribers, this is right now not an issue, but if we were to get into a financial crisis, it might be an issue. We don't even know who the counterparties are. So, but I don't think that's a high risk, but these guys figured out a way around. And one of my criticisms of all the ETFs to date has been they're almost fraudulent. I mean, they're not committing fraud legally, but MJ, everybody talks about it. Briefing.com always is pointing to it. Like when there's good news for the United States, it's so bogus. There's not a one company in there that benefits from good news in the United States. It's crazy, but and their assets are under $1 billion now, but it's close to $1 billion. And the reality is MSOS is, they have another one, Advisor Shares, called, I don't know, the symbol's YOLO.
There's POTX, there's a few.
None of these other ones are any good. So the reality is they don't have liquidity. They don't have the pure exposure. There may be some, but they don't have the assets yet. And I think these are the only guys that are in the MSOs. Maybe I'm wrong on some of these smaller ETFs, but I've been paying attention to this from day one when HMMJ launched. And I've always noted the challenges of these MSOs. So look, MSOS hasn't really reached the true critical mass of $1 billion or something like that, but it did cross that 100 million threshold. And from what I understand, a lot of the platforms out there, they won't even let their advisors on there.
That's I was going to add that too. The 100 million is often like the breaking point, the make or break.
Exactly. So I think this is the beginning of something there. And so kudos to to Noah Hammond and the guys at Advisor Shares for kind of solving a big problem.
We're on the line with Alan Brockstein. He's the author of the 420 Investor Letter. Alan, the news, I think it was yesterday, the news about the United Nations, or maybe even the day before, declassifying it as Schedule 4, Schedule 5 drug. I just didn't think that was like such huge news, but the market seemed to think the opposite. Or is it just it's just the algos and people running with the news? It's a bull market. I mean, I can say this with just a lot of confidence and pride. We are in a bull market, and in the past, we've always had these flash in the pans. The elections in 2016, spike, pullback. The California legalization, spike, pullback. So this time we're in a sustainable bull market. And so any kind of news gets convoluted and distorted, and it's always viewed positively. I agree 100% with you that this is totally meaningless in the short term. It actually reflects a broader positive in that the world is moving towards cannabis legalization. I don't think we're going to legalize in the United States for 5 years. It's too complicated. They'll work on it. They may make some improvements. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Honestly, the best thing for these companies is that it remains the way it is. Status quo has been beautiful for these leading companies. And, finally they have, and I pointed to the trading volumes being a lot lower, but they're high enough. We saw several companies do capital raises, not your largest ones. Well, actually TrueLeaf did. But we saw Jushi, Planet 13, Forefront. These are 3 second tier companies do capital raises, and then their stocks traded up to new highs. So we're in a different environment, and we're seeing better liquidity. It's going to be a lot more fun when there's not the headwind of lack of capital. We used to have you on a while ago. We always talked about GWPH, right?
I love GWPH.
Okay, and I'm looking at this thing now.
Reverse Head and Shoulders targets 212.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that target.
Well,
Here's the deal.
You're going to like my chart. Hold on. You're going to like my bottom right chart if you're looking, because you had that all-time high, 192, got down to 69.50. You're taking back the 50% retracement, bunch of highs here at 143, monthly highs, that is. So, man, this thing is poised to rocket. So
everything you say is correct. And the best investors know how to integrate what you just said, the technical side, with the fundamental side. That's what's made me succeed at everything you say is correct, and the best investors know how to recognize integrate what you just said, the technical conviction in that side with the fundamental side. That's what's made me succeed at this company. Is everything you say is correct, and the best investors know how to recognize and integrate what you just said, the technical conviction in that side. There's been some generics, but a proprietary drug through the FDA like this that has $1 billion market opportunity, nobody. But that's only the beginning. And I think what investors don't appreciate, the risk of GW has been that it's a one-trick pony, that it's Epidiolex and that's it. But in fact, they have another drug that's approved on, I think, 22, 25 markets. It's not heavily marketed. It's over there, it's called Sativex. Over there is mainly Europe. And so they tried to get this in the United States a few years ago, and the European, or actually the European side of this new approach to the same drug that's already proven safe didn't meet statistical significance for advanced cancer pain. So now they're trying to get it on the market for exactly what it's approved for in Europe. This is a layup. This is as easy as it gets for a new drug. So they're calling it nabiximols here, and it's, I think, a 50-50 combo of CBD and THC. And the drug is for MS spasticity, and that's a big market. But then they have some other things that they'll be pursuing beyond that. So I think there's a lot of growth behind whoever was selling this down to 90 or wherever it bottomed.
Oh, it got down to 70.
Crazy. And what happened was the momentum guys got a little bit carried away, and the stock got ahead of itself. And then they merely met the expectations 2 quarters ago. And I listened to the call, and they did not sound very confident. And what's going on is the parents of children with epilepsy aren't anxious to go out during COVID-19 and take their kids to the doctor to explore new medicines. So a little bit of a slowdown in what they were seeing in patient growth. And then the other thing is, for them to grow, they need to get more doctors prescribing it as well. So those visits have moved from physical to virtual. And so they were projecting maybe some challenges, didn't pan out that way. And they were able to show a really strong quarter. This is a company that's never provided any guidance. So you just kind of have to listen to them and kind of get a feel for what they're thinking and seeing. I tend to take a more long-term view, and I think this is a good value, great company with a lot of IP. And I will be shocked if they're a publicly traded company at the end of 2021.
Wow, you're saying someone's going to take them out?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That doesn't need to happen, by the way.
Right. Wait, Alan, last one for you. What do you think about beverages, whether it's sports beverages? And Cannabis Growth has their thing, but is beverages a major driver here?
So beverages have really been a non-issue. There's a lot of reasons for that. When it comes to THC, the onset has been too slow, and there's taste issues. So in any market, there's never really been a very big presence. And another thing is they're big. They take up a lot of shelf space. So in Canada, it's a real problem. You can't buy a 6-pack. You can only buy a 5-pack. It's crazy, but just the way it works. You can't get, they have a 50 milligram cap. So 10 milligrams per bottle, 5 bottles. That's all you can do. So here's the deal, though. I don't want to be I've been negative on beverages, and they're not a big deal yet, but the technology is getting a lot better, and you've got a lot of beverage companies really focused on this. And so I think over time, this will be a bigger category, but here's what's going to make it work. why do beverages do so well? It's because they're enjoyed in a social setting. The people drink coffee together. They drink beer together. They drink wine together. So all these products are getting better, but unfortunately, we're lagging on the ability to unless it's in our homes, to get together and enjoy these drinks together in social settings. So, as I look out over the next 2 to 5 years, we're already seeing, like in where you guys are in Michigan, I don't know if it's implemented yet, but they're headed there. In California, they're headed there. In Las Vegas, they'll get there. So as these markets allow social consumption, people think of that's just sitting around smoking. It's also the ability to have beverages. And so I think it's a promising, more longer term development. I wouldn't get too excited right now. One thing that I would make an exception on, we're starting to see the ability to take powders and pour them into whatever you're drinking. I think that gets around that form factor, shipping costs, shelf space, all these other challenges. So I think I'm paying attention to that one.
All right. If this isn't enough cannabis for you, I want to mention that we have another show that is devoted specifically to cannabis. It's the Benzinga Cannabis Hour. It's every Thursday. Oh, wait, that's today. Every Thursday. It's at 4 p.m. Eastern time. It goes from 4 to 5. Alan's been on it. It's on Benzinga's YouTube channel. So if you're watching this right now, it's the same exact spot on our YouTube channel. It's on again at 4. So after Joel and I wrap at the close, it's on right there. And again, it's every Thursday. Alan's been on. It's an hour-long show every week devoted specifically to cannabis, the Benzinga Cannabis Hour. You can Google that, or just again, it's on our YouTube channel every Thursday at 4 o'clock. Alan Brockstein is the author of 420 Investor. He's a founding partner of New Cannabis Ventures. You can find him on Twitter at 420 Invest. Alan, we always appreciate your insights. I love your candor. You call it like it is. We appreciate it. Your knowledge. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Thanks, Alan. Talk to you soon.
All right. It is 8:58. There's a lot we didn't get to today.
We always keep Alan longer. He sounds great.
Alan, we keep Alan Brockstein, Mark Yusko. Who else do we give?
We went overtime for Mark Yusko. Jason Isaac always gets overtime.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Partially because he pays for the show.
There are some other headlines
But
here.
he's awesome.
That we had a merger last night. We have XPO is spinning off their logistics business. So XPO Logistics is, I guess, going to be just XPO now. We had Costco had November sales out this morning. So a bunch of stuff we didn't get to.
There's a lot of news headlines.
Can we look at Boeing fast? Boeing is I want to say breaking out here.
Flyer.
You want to say it's breaking out? Is that fair?
It is. It is again. I mean, the reopening trade is on and fully on. If you don't have any reopening stocks, you got to be looking at pullbacks to get in the reopening stocks, because you got a little one yesterday. American Airlines was down, closed at the high of the day, continues to go higher. We've talked about the cruise lines. I own NCLH. I think the cruise lines are going higher. Had somebody reach out to me on Twitter, ask me about Hawaiian Holdings, which is Hawaiian Airlines. I think it's a good way to play it too.
What's that, HH?
Yeah, HA. But you just think about
What's up, guys? This is CryptoCurrencyShops here, coming to you live on Thursday, December the 3rd, 2020. Welcome to the live stream. I'm going to keep trying to bring you some information, just get the charts up, and just go over some things that I see and open floors to any kind of talk. This all started with cryptocurrency. It all started with some penny stocks back in 2016 and 17, and have dedicated my love towards this field in the market, learning every day how much money is actually out there, and they like to hide it from you if you're not educated or talk to the right people or open that Pandora's box to understanding what actually is out there for you and your opportunities. Again, this is Cryptocurrency Shops. Welcome to the live stream. It's 9:01. The pre-market has opened. I've been stressing the talks between the similarities between 2017 bull run on the cannabis sector as well as the cryptocurrency market. There has been a lot of similarities. I opened the new world to myself with a second monitor, and I am extremely happy. I finally just plugged an HDMI cord into my laptop because now I opened the new world to myself with a second monitor, and I am extremely happy. I finally just you get double feedback. I haven't mastered all that audio yet. Hopefully you can still hear me. There it is. I think we're good. That's just in case I want to go back onto my own. So yesterday I took a look into finding that live stream and put it up there for some of you on the cannabis vote that was taking place to the cannabis prohibition. I'm trying to legalize marijuana federally. We currently have, I think someone mentioned yesterday, it was like 13, 15 states that are legal. Hang on a second. With recreational marijuana, and 33, 36 that are medically, that can use it for medical purposes. So the take on it yesterday was kind of just like if they wanted to bring any amendments to, I guess, the bill that they're putting forward to the floor on Friday. Under the understanding it's a 3-day process. So it was yesterday was the amendments, and I don't think there was anything brought to the table to change or anything that was significant enough to put, I guess, forefront to the actual bill. It looked promising. Today there's an hour debate, I guess, from each side. I think it's the pros and cons, kind of what they kind of did yesterday, but more of a debate. I don't know what that really entails, if that's just to try to sway people. That's what it sounds like. So I guess they're just putting themselves on the floor and submit their arguments, the benefits, I guess, and the cons, and why it should be actually passed. Friday is then down to the House floor to vote. And I think this is where we'll see just a continuous fluctuation in the cannabis market. I did some research yesterday and noticed some absolutely soaring penny stocks in the cannabis field. Again, high risk, but super, super high reward. It's amazing how many you can find after they run because people pump it up and it's knowledgeable. It's now out there. That's why spending all night long researching, finding the ones that haven't moved yet is key. And it is a mental struggle on your brain when you are searching for something and your brain sees it at like 0001, 0002. You're not drawn to it like you would when you see that next one that you just learned about that's at 0050, and it was at like 0002 just yesterday. Sometimes there's signs, and sometimes it just pops. A lot of the time there'll be some those penny stocks or those cannabis penny stocks right now are probably the hot market if they haven't taken off yet. Is you'll just notice the flat for a little bit and give it a little bit of volume and pumps to like 2. You keep an eye on those daily candles and try to find that volume pumping it up. Whether it previously pumped or not, you'll normally see a significant amount of volume. And again, there's psych outs too. This isn't always a guarantee, but in a time like this, it's a good time to get it, even if it's at 0002. And I hate buying it at that point. I always like getting it at rock bottom. But 2 and 3 sometimes are still well worth it when you get one to pump to like 54. I'm trying to find the one found yesterday, and it's not upsetting. It's just, I mean, good for the people that got in there. I seen someone post it on Stock Twits. I follow that because you get a lot of people on there. Whether you just avoid the pumping, like you're going to get one person totally in, one person totally out. Just do your own research on that. By the way, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm here just to provide you with information. You do with it what you want. I am never telling you what to do financially. That is my disclaimer. So there's Stock Twits is really good. You can put in a symbol, one that you're watching. A lot of people they're great, man. I really highly recommend it. Just be aware of the people pumping one thing to another, because they will go hard and pump you into something if you're susceptible to that kind of mentality or brainwashing or something, whatever you want to call it. So I'm just trying to find which one it was, so just bear with me. In the meantime, I'll leave these. We're waiting for the XRP chart here to make a decision whether it's going to do this other dip or not. Well, I think I'm on the 4 hour. You go to the hour. I'm still waiting for it for the. Dark for me. But anyway, looking forward to the opening bell here this morning. I'm hoping some of these plays, and if anybody's been following me, if you did make any, let me know in the live chat. Put it up there. Post it on the Twitter. My Twitter handle is at crypto_shops. I try to put anything that I find up there, regardless if it's a bad pull or not. So far, I'm on one hell of a hot streak. Ride it while you can, because I'm sure I'm going to put some up there and you're going to be cranky and angry when you don't make any money. But the ones that you can, I'm sure they outdo those ones that you lose on. I don't slam a lot of money down. I'll play a $20 spot here and there. That's what I usually use when I go to get a 6-pack of one of my favorite 6-packs of double IPA, the Flying Dog Double Dog. It's like $14. So if I break that urge, I take that $15 and I put it on an options play, and I have a game to play for a month or 2 or 3 or a year. And if I can double that, think about, it's not a lot, but I could sell that, go get my dang beer that I wanted before, and come back and now make another play. Or ride it out for more. Like one of the ones on Aurora, I spent $20 and it hit up to 500. Now I'm riding it out. I could have took some profits. I was going to. I wanted to split the contracts and play the dip on the way coming in. Again, that's a great play if you can do it. It's kind of like playing your shares on a stock or the crypto going up and down. Play the ups and downs. A little bit of a strategy on those options is, say I put that $20 down. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? When you put it $20 down and you get some type of profits like I did, and it's up to 400 or 500, sell 2 or 3. So my strategy is sell 3 of those contracts because you still have 2. So follow along. You sell 3. Now they're each at $100, right? Because there's 5 of them. You get $500. $100 is for you. Go get that bourbon. Go get that dinner. Like take it for yourself, man. Reward yourself. So that 100 is for you to go blow. Go get somebody a Christmas gift. Do a birthday card. Whatever you got to do, man. The second one is to reinvest. All right. The second one is to reinvest, and I'll come back to that. The third one, use for your taxes or whatever else you got to use to, like your expenditures, or back into like a new laptop. So whatever you got to do to invest back into what you're doing. So one is for you. That's your profits. Have fun. The second one is a reinvestment, which I'm going to come right back into and tell you what you could do at that time. And I missed it. Trust me, I missed it. I'm not happy about it, and I was in the mix of doing it, and it started dropping, and I didn't want to catch it on the wrong side of it. But this is what I'll continue to keep looking to do. The third one is reinvest in whatever you're doing, like materials, whatever can help you make better. Whatever can make you better at investing. Utilize that. So I know it's kind of contradicting reinvesting. The one reinvest is actually playing the market. The other one is materials or anything that will help you find stuff better, whether you need an upgrade, keyboard, laptop, start saving up money, So now let's go back to that second one on reinvestment. When something makes that kind of run, just like we know with anything, there's going to be retrace. Regardless if it's instant, takes a day or week, nothing goes straight up and nothing goes straight down forever. But definitely not straight up. There's going to be a retrace. I've seen some go down and not come back. That can happen a lot more than when some stocks or shares or crypto go up. There's going to be some form of come down. So this one went up. You got that extra $100. You're still sitting on 2 contracts. You partied up with $100, or you spent it on your fiance or whoever you wanted to, on your significant other. The other one, you went and got a new monitor so you can have more monitors to watch, because I'm telling you right now, I got another one, and I want a third one now because my brain is at ease right now. And if I can get another one, it's even at more ease. Having monitors is key. Whoever's doing any of this, my gosh, I wish I would have done this a long time ago. So now that second one for reinvestment, you take that $100, because remember we started with 20. Now you can take it all on one or break it up again. You can risk a lot higher now because that 100's all extra. That's profit. Take that 100 and you buy a put because you feel like it's got to retrace. Play a put on it. Now this thing doesn't even have to move a lot. This isn't for the long term unless you think that's done and you think it's going to totally tank. But that 100 spot now is 5 times greater than what that 20 did to 100. What's that? 2,000%? Is that right? I was doing that. And again, we're doing percentages here, guys. I just want to make sure I'm giving you accurate numbers. Yeah. Okay, so it was $25 I played, not 20. Plus 2,000%. Yep. So it's 525. You get your original 25. You have 500. You keep 2 contracts. You sell one and eat it up for fun. You reinvest one for materials, for like software, whatever you got to do to make it life easier for you trading. And then the final one is that $100 to reinvest on the same stock, crypto, or whatever, like in this one, Aurora, and buy. Don't do the sells. That's like a margin. You're obligated to buy that. You're obligated to sell the call and the put. Don't do it. I only want to lose the money that I put in. So it's just buy call and buy puts. So I would buy the put to retrace. Pick your strike. You might pay a little bit higher of a premium or something, and you might not. I mean, it depends what they're set at. But let's just say that thing. Let's say it only did. Let's say it only did a quarter of its retrace. Now, if I'm looking at it, let's take a look. And again, my numbers aren't going to be spot on, guys. I'm just giving you a brief analysis of how it might be. So you got in here at like $500 up in here, and now because you got your spike, man, whether it's here or here, it pumped up. And now you take that one and buy that put. Now, oh, that's not what I want to do. Where is that? I just want to see the percentages. Down. So you take that. It's not going to bring it all the way down, but half. Let's say that's the other one was 2,000%. Let's say it's 500. So you take your 100 plus 500%. That's another. Oh, straight up. It's 500. Did I say 100%? I did that wrong. 100 plus. I think I was right. Yeah, because that's a quarter of it, and if a half of it would be 1,000. So half or a quarter, 500%, probably, which what this was about 500 to 1,000. It's probably 750. So you would have pulled back that 100 and made a play on about another $500 to $1,000, depending what high and what low you got it, and where those contracts were spiking at. And I'm sure when it's doing that, those things might take a little minute behind the actual stock price, but when they're going, people, those bids and asks, start rising quick. You know, they'll drop fast, but they'll rise quick, just like anything else. Just like your bid and ask on stocks. So a play like that, you took and had fun. You didn't go get your beer, and you took that $25 on that bourbon bottle or beer you were getting, and you played it. And again, this isn't do this every time, but just I'm telling you the opportunity of the difference between going and spending that money on reaction and just because that's what you want to do, I get it, and taking a shot to actually invest that $25, and you could turn that into something that moves like this. And this isn't huge. This was from 8 to 11. Great, yeah, it is huge, but not crazy huge. You always can follow trends, and right now it's cannabis. The market's trending all over. It's volatile, so it's time to play it. That $25 turned into 500. You left 2 for future runs. You know, whether your contract's a month or 2 out or whatever, and that's just you take profits more whenever you want to. The one was back, you got your beer plus some. Went out to dinner, you did extra. The other one, now you upgraded materials. That's going to only help you invest even better, learning more skill sets. And the other one, you reinvested on a play. And if you catch that, you just made yourself another $500 to $700 to $1,000. And you could split that again. You understand how that branches. So let's say that 100, you did 4 more contracts or 5 more contracts, right? You broke that into 20, 25, 25, 20, whatever. 4 or 5 more contracts. Now do the same thing. If it hits your mark, sell 2 or 3. I would say 3. Leave 2. See if you can get more. Get it. And now do the same thing. And if you do catch one, think about how exponentially you break out your tree in your portfolio. And you can even take one of those reinvestments and now when it's down, buy the stock. Buy the actual stock now. Now buy the shares. So here's this, the reinvestment. I'm going to take that reinvestment and just buy this thing at $9, $10. I got 10 shares now. Now I'm going to sit on it. So those are reinvestments too. There's so many different ways to do it, and the more you learn, the better. The more options to think about how you can play the market is astounding, amazing, and fun to learn, to actually realize what's out there. So that's my little quick gist on the option plays. Market's going to open here in about 9 minutes. Aurora, let's see, looking good right now, up to 11.13. I hope that thing breaks the heck out. I'm expecting some of these to really go. Coming with the debate today, I would hope somebody's not going to destroy the debate. And then Friday is the vote. I'm just taking a look-see. Pre-market's 29. And now this price on Aurora, 11.18. I'm expecting these contracts to be up there this morning, for Pete's sake. And take a quick look at a couple more. This is pumping, I think. Moving up. Everybody's coming back now. Now, I don't know if any of you got into any of those if anybody got into those ones I mentioned at all. But I think there's still some out there to get. I just looked at one earlier. This is one that, if I can find one, I will get into there. Huge. It's on the dip. I would like to get one in on there too. Maverick. How far will XRP drop? I wish I could tell you exactly, but I am sitting on the sidelines waiting for the 47 to 50 mark. If it happens, I'll take my rebuy. And I'll just take my profits and maybe buy it back if it breaks 70, I think I'll just take my losses and buy back in. If it 50, 47, 48, 49, 50, depending on how fast it goes, and depends what Uphold lets me get, Maverick, that's where I'll get my buyback in. So I don't know if any of you have looked into what I've said earlier too, is the penny stocks and the charts and what they've been doing in the patterns, just like they did in 2017 and 18's bull run. Cannabis also had a bull run, and if you look at a lot of those, you will see that they're following the same patterns as they did then. The cannabis and the crypto coins that were around before the market have very similar patterns. So anybody that's like a pattern follower, that's highly recommend going to take a look at them. I would go look at the ones that came in right after. You'll see the patterns are almost identical. And then you can go look at the ones that are more recent, and they're following similar patterns. They're following similar patterns right now as well. I don't know if there was a guy on. He's talking about Tesla. So currently, I'm waiting. I see this thing adding up again, coiling up, consolidating, just like it did back here, doing the same thing. And then look at that retrace was to 57. But I'm still waiting. I think on one of my other XRP ones, I have a trend line or a line marked where I want to buy back. Not there, I don't think. One of them has it. Yeah, it's hard, MRH. It's getting hard. Because I don't know, man. I'm waiting patiently, and I'm hoping the patience pays off. Here's my mark. I got it right about here. So I'm not going to take too much more risk after 49. That's where I have it. Depends how fast it's moving. This one moved pretty damn fast. And Uphold, they're shady. They're shady little suckers. And we're trying to hold. Well, when it did it, what was it? Actually, it was here. When it made it to this one, it was going so fast. They held their price at 61. They wouldn't even bring it down to 58. So that's what sucks about having them. You can't put in like a buy order that I know of for like Uphold, and you can do it on Coinbase Pro. I probably should use them more because I can actually set the price on there. And I might shift it over. It just depends. I'm not a Coinbase fan, but Coinbase Pro might be good enough. But it's definitely coiling up again. It looks like it's even tighter than the last one. Consolidating, and I think I'm strong in lines with blockchain backer. I think you're gonna follow maybe one or two bull runs, altcoin seasons, depending on what BTC does, Bitcoin does. I'm just waiting for this morning bell right here. About 45 seconds, we're gonna see. You're gonna hear me go quiet for a second or get excited. Yeah, MRH, man, they will. It's like they're playing us. They know people are waiting on that. They know, man. They know. I need AstraZeneca to come out with some good freaking news. That's what I need. Oh, I didn't want to change that one. And we're off. There's the bell. Rocky, where we at? Assuming those contracts should bounce up pretty good. Such delay on this. All right, we'll just put it over there. Let's see, $11. Aurora. They know that most people are waiting for. They know they'll make you react. Yeah, yep, I agree. I almost did too. I almost did. It's really tight. It's really tight, MRH. It's really tight, and we've seen this. We've seen this dip come fast and hard. Well, something got executed, and I think we'll see this one come fast and hard. We're not able to find any. Oh, already gone. All right. Well, we just got one. I think I got to play on a huge I would like one on YCBD, which are my new call. I haven't put enough into it yet. And look at this. These sons, look at this. Look at this. They would not let me get that. Here it is. Seeing, I knew it. They're going to bust out. You sons of bitches. Freaking pricks, man. Going live, calling you out like a piece of crap. I don't like that. I knew it. I was talking to my brother for like 4 hours yesterday and told him, they would look at this. Here it goes. Here comes the run. CNN or CNTTQ, guys. There's the runner right here. Well, it runs hard, but it's going. I'm trying to get on there. Those sons of guns wouldn't let me pull. Oh, look at that. 25. Look at this. Boom. Look at that, guys. Oh shit. Those, I knew I should have just got some shares. You sons of bitches. You little, I knew that's why they would block me. A market maker kept blocking my buy. They got it out there and they won't put a price on it. Those pieces of shit. Still can't get it. Now I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy it here in the stock. You son of a bitch. Oh man. Anybody catch that? Like, oh man. Oh, they pissed me off. Watch, that's gonna be double, man. That's gonna be double here in a second. Where's the volume on this? What is it? They're gonna pump it, dump it. They still got nothing on their options. Pieces of crap. Look at this. You're gonna piss me off. You're gonna make me buy in now. Gosh damn, man. Gosh damn. I just knew. Oh, they're gonna pump. It's pumping. Look at the volume coming in. What is up with the options? Why won't they open that up? I don't want to sell one of those yet. It's too early. Oh, pricks. Where's their news? Is there news out on it too? E-Trade's not even updating their price yet. What the hell? Why is TradingView got it at? Let's see when I go to try to buy it. Yep, 29. There it goes. Yep. Freaking. Oh. You don't even know what I want to say. Like, so bad. So bad. Unbelievable. I knew I should 30. Here we go. You pieces of crap. What is going on? Why do they not? They have it at 22 here even. Interesting. What do they have it on? Like, that really ticks me off that it wasn't, they kept rejecting it. Wouldn't even let me sell. I don't know how that works, but they definitely didn't let me buy. I got the option chains up there, but they will not let you buy. Should have did this yesterday, but I mean, it's already double your money. It's already there, or where it's going to keep going. Who knows? I just wish that options would open on it. Probably going to bring it back too. So let's. Won't let any option buy, but they're there. I could try that option again. It is pumping like crazy, dude. Yeah, it's pumping again. My computer's working slow too. Slow as shit. Can't have a slow computer at this time. That's all I know. Let's see. I won't let it go through still. Let's get ready for it. In and out. Yeah, rejected. So they still won't let me. They still won't let me grab an option on that. And then if I look at previous spikes, let's see. How many times have they done this? A lot. Yeah. Little pricks. And then they drop it. Spike it and drop it. Oh, now the price they got up to 28. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's just try to get them. Let's try to get it anyway. Down low and just play their game, but see. We'll see. But I already missed my opportunity. I hate chasing. But I'll do it live for you guys and show you how to fail. Oh, get that man. Yeah. It's just sitting there now. That's why you try to grab something less. We'll see. Wish those options would come available now. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to make a move on this and try not to screw myself. I don't think I'm going to catch it, but it's worth a shot, and we'll see. I wish the options would open up. Man, that got me. I'm going to have to text my brother and let him know that what the hell happened there. These penny stocks, I don't know if they're even, let's see. I don't get the real numbers until about 15 minutes in. Yeah, buddy. We'll see, man. I'll take a dipper, but wait for those damn options to open up. Little upset that should have just pulled the trigger because I pulled it now. But if I don't get it, I'll make another play and we'll see. Those sons of bitches. Unbelievable. Definitely got me. And I knew something was up when they weren't allowing that thing to go through. All right. So anyway, we're coming into anybody that has XRP, we're coming up to the flare. Meanwhile, when I spit out Tourette's every so often and yell at the screen, that's because CanTrust is going to keep pumping and pissing me off. So just be ready for that. The Flare Network. Now, I want it, but I also I don't want to put all. I fear using your ledger for anything to point it at anything. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys are actually doing it. It's hard not to take it, but man, for anybody that wants to do it, you definitely want to get it going soon. XLM moving. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on these percentages, man. Those percentages is where it's at. They pump up, and we'll see what happens from there. When people get all excited when they say things are moving, it can just move a couple pennies or something. I mean, I get it. It's exciting. It is moving. But yeah, if you want your flare, you got I would do it the day before, 2 days before, December 10th and 11th to direct your ledger if that's where you're holding your XRP. There's so many exchanges that have gotten involved to do the swap for you. But if you want to, you better get your ledgers pointed at the Flare network. I'm up in the air still. I mean, I definitely want to take advantage of it, but if it costs me $20 to get what they have, I'd rather spend my $20 to get the same stuff. I don't know what that price is coming. Just reading something. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell, man. I just don't. I like my stuff on my ledger. You're gonna use Bitrue, Matt? I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I'll have some on Uphold if I buy back, but if everything's gonna keep pumping here, I don't know if I'll be buying shit back. Everything's got an arrow, huh? Green boners across the board. Everybody's making their move. They're coming back to that. So is everyone coming back to that high? You don't think we'll be able to claim them till March, or like they won't send them to you till March, MRH? Spark. Oh, you don't think Spark will send them? Hey, is everybody? Is XRP the only one not pumping that percentage? Yeah. So everybody else is putting up some percentages right now. Those the normal big dogs, huh? That's really got a nice little spiky going. Oh, freaking. It hit 32 now. 32. You little prick ass sons of bitches, Tourette's. I'm telling you, man, it's going to piss me off if that thing keeps going. I don't care if I had 10 shares at 16 cents, but 16 more bucks. I'm not happy, man. I'm not happy. That's like that. That's what I told you guys about. I don't get happy when I miss it, especially when I call it. I was on yesterday looking at it. Just kept pumping that options buy to be the first one. And they wouldn't do it because there's no bid or ask on it. But I kept doing it, hoping the market maker would let it go in. But that son bitch wasn't going to do it. If that thing's 50% on here, imagine, yeah, whatever. Civic's been pumping pretty good still. Civic's doubled up, huh? 32. Yeah. Let's go back and see if they are letting open up those options. That's about what I care about right now. $35. Oh, shit. Pricks. I like doubling my money. I do, but you can't double it if you get in it, right? Where are they going to take this to? What I'm trying to find out is if like this is the same kind of pump and dump, but everything I'm looking at, come on, you little fricker. So this one did, but then it built. I don't know what that was. Damn it, man. Open the options. Open the options already. I'm not going to get my price. I mean, I will if they dump the whole damn thing, but then it's worth nothing. Damn orders. Bids at 32. Maybe it'll be one of those lucky ones that gets it on the bottom and bounce still. We'll see. I'll leave it there. It's going to suck because I don't want to chase it. Still could have grabbed it at what, 22? Whole 3 cents difference, but I'm not playing a lot of money at it. It's 50 bucks I'm playing with here. 50 bucks. That's it. But again, I like doubling. Whatever you play, I like doubling. Oh, that son of a gun. MRH, I just clicked. I like that. So what's funny is Chris coming out yesterday with that panda fucking hat was great. Here, I'll show you real quick because when I said it, like, hang on, I'll be right back. Yesterday I was gonna come in like this. That's why I was in tears. I was in tears when he put the panda on. This is me right now, MRH. This is me looking at CanTrust and XRP. Like CanTrust, those market makers held back. This is me. I'm pissed. I put this on when I'm pissed. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. This is me when I miss a call. Little sons of bitches. XRP's got to come down, and CanTrust, it's pumping again. I can't breathe in this thing, man. Can't breathe. I don't have a mouth like he had, but I wanted to make a good play today and get excited live. Instead, I'm pissed. You can see okay. But yeah, man, we should wear these to the bars because this is a true mask. Ain't no Kobe getting through this crap. $35 and pumping, 36 the high still. I gotta refocus on something. This thing's hot as shit. That's from now on. That's all. 37. See, here we go. I could have just. Gosh damn! You guys are gonna watch somebody on live stream just lose their shit. Like constantly, every penny that thing goes up. Oh, all right. Let's just see, because I'm a loser right here. 40. 30. There it goes. Of course it's going to go. What are they? I wish I could see. Wish they would let me open the option up and buy it. Little pricks. It's going to keep going for a little bit, I think. It's going to make a nice push down or something, but I think I already even missed my second chance at getting it when it was going, because even if I just grabbed it at 22, see, you miss out. What's up, Crypto Humper? You're seeing a pissed off cryptocurrency shops with the Grinch today. I knew they were fucking with me today. Or messing with me yesterday. Man. Will we get a retrace at lunchtime or just keep building on that? That's the question. 15, 17 cents. You pieces of shite. At 40. I can't take this off the screen, guys. It's gonna eat me up. I gotta let it beat me up inside. Just hit a new high. It's gonna keep going. At what point do I sacrifice? You know when I buy, it's coming back down, right? You know when I buy, it's coming back down. 42. I mean, it's pumping again. Well, this might just keep going. Well, it's breaking. Okay, I'm an idiot now. Oh my god, I wish I could figure out numbers here. Yep, they're gonna keep going. I would have been double again if I grabbed it at 22 and just sucked it up. You know how much I could just slap myself is, goodness gracious, I'm still eating myself up. It'll be a tough one. I can't get enough of this. It's just, every time I put an order in, it goes higher. Talking about like AI chasers, look at that, 46. Every time I put one, it goes higher. Literally, put one like 10 cents behind it each time, it's gone higher the 10 cents. 25 at 15, 35, 25, 45, 35. If I put one in at 40, if I go to 60. Look at this going, 50. This thing's taking off, guys. I don't know if anybody just bought it when I said it, but still going. Someone's making money, and it isn't me today. And that's not cool. Not when you call that son of a bitch out, and look at this. Just, it needs that retrace, don't you think? 50. Just hit 50, guys. Watch so many retrace hard. Come on. Need that little bounce down. It's just gonna keep going. Buy it now and still double at $1 if it gets there, but it probably will. It will. Someone got their 42. Someone just got their dip down again. And now we're gonna, oh, here it comes. Here comes the tank. Oh, the new hour tank. Maybe. Or just go crazy. New hour on the chart. Maybe we'll get XRP to dip a little bit. The dump hour, yeah. Making me think where it can grab it at. If I can grab it at. Who knows? Might not even get it. I don't know. Well, how stupid of me, though. I mean, 22. Again, not a lot of money to be made, but I've over doubled at 22 already. Been good to sit on it. I mean, it's not worth shit if I don't have it, and it ain't worth shit if I don't sell it. So we'll just sit here and see if I catch it off that hourly candle. See if it does. Now it's XRP's turn to go on the dump hour MRH. We need this to finally make its move down here. I haven't even looked at the other stuff yet. Genius. I'm reading your guys' stuff on the other one, the 50 cal vaccine. Well, that's all they did is pump yesterday, man. Yesterday, that's all it was. Online education. A little brisk out today, man. There's some serious frost, like, outside today. Where's this other crap doing? It's early. It's early. It's only 10. Vet's still pumping, huh? Yeah. Did you guys make a play in it? Here comes the dump in there. They're doing a toy with me right on it, huh? It's coming all the way down. There it is. I should have just took my. Should have took it. Maybe if it just pulled mine, I don't know. It should have, or it's going to. Wartime mine explodes off coast. When it got tangled in a fishing net. It's interesting. Oh, didn't get it there. Well, on TradingView it showed, but that's not here, so that's not mine yet. Did you buy I take it you bought it to make a play. Did you get it down there? Did you get it on that dip, am I right? I just don't want to set all my shit on exchanges, man. That's my biggest thing is putting all the crap back on exchanges. I use it for coin hopping, but now I got most of it all just waiting for the dip. I wonder if these things are going to hold up a little bit and then give us some good action today. 36. You're going to see me celebrate getting it at 35 because that's what my dumbass finally put it in at after chasing. And then you'll watch it. Either I won't get it and it'll keep going, or I'll get it and then I'll be in the negative. All right, I still have good thoughts on it. These cannabis stocks. I'm just pissed the options isn't there, man. I'm waiting for that thing to pop open. Like it needs to be. See, 36, it's a penny. It's toying with me. Nice, man. I love your 100Ks. When you guys say you got 100K or something, that's great. I need to get up there on some other ones. Ever since I got the ledger, man, I've been pumping everything on there, and I used to trade here and there, and I afraid of when runs are happening. I guess it's just so volatile now. I get so worried about not hitting it at the right time. I just need to keep a certain amount to play. That's all. Any other ones moving? Any other plays you guys are in? There's that 35 again. Let's see. I'm waiting for my bell to go off that I got it. You all know it's all. I'm just looking to get that double. That's a voicemail. That's not a bell I was looking for. Oh, I just changed it. That's not cool. Oh, don't worry. It's here. It's the biggest one yet. 50 million%. 34. Told you. Here it comes. Waiting for the ticker. Bam. Well, the last price is 34, yet it says I haven't got it yet. That's kind of weird. Don't you think? Can I change it to 34? This thing's just not updating yet. How'd I not get it? It was at 34. This I don't understand it. It even showed 34 on E-Trade. It said last price 34, my price 35. It didn't take it. Fuck these guys. These guys, what the hell is that? Like they just like won't let me get it. I'm not even a big spender. Like why how did I not get that? How is it not in my portfolio? It dropped to 34. And my price was 35. They're shady sons of bitches, man. They'll do whatever they want. They sell it to somebody else, one of the other buddies and market makers, whatever. They pick whatever 35 they pick, but it went below 35. So if it's trading at 34 and I have one out for 35, how? How do you skip a freaking price on that? I don't even understand that. How the hell is that even possible? Talking about pissing a kid off. I'm gonna get that Grinch and start drinking bourbon the rest of the day. Like this doesn't even make sense. Look at even my Thinkorswim app had it at 35, 34. Let's see. Gosh, freaking hiccups. Yeah, they even put it to 34. I don't even know if I have words for the bullshit going on. 100% up today, man. I never made a play in XDC. Oh, AstraZeneca. Vaccine trial results expected in January. Well, it looks like I got to wait all the way to January. I'm waiting that option all the way. I'm still dumbfounded here. This is ridiculous. There's my buy price at 35. You even had it on here at freaking 34. So how does that even happen? It's weird. What's that, Crypto Humper? Is that something for me? Number of shares, minimum buy order in blocks. I thought they could do that on selling. Is that in regards to me seeing it go to 34 and my 35 didn't sell or buy? I gotta let my brother know. Holy cow, this is something though. I told him. They just won't. Just bear with me. Let's see, Humper, what'd you say? Yes, maybe I'm just dreaming it up. I thought some shares are traded that way, like I said, and maybe in the total left field on that one. No, I mean there might be some crazy stupid ass rule and something, but if I see the price at 34, that means like the price hit 34. That means someone bought 34, right? I don't care if it was one share, whatever it was. That means they cleared the 35s. That's the way I see it. Now, I understand if it's at 35, mine don't have to be taken first. I know that works on penny stocks. These market makers can take it from any exchange they want. Like if you have Sam Dojo that you know and you like to inside trade and tell your buddy, I'm going to buy yours, put it at this price. I'm gonna buy yours on that one. That's how that bullshit goes. But I see this price hit 34. Where the hell's my 35 buy? Is that it hit 34, man? I shouldn't even be arguing this. I should have bought the damn thing set at 19 anyway. I should have bought it at 19 this morning. I should have bought it at 20. So I got myself to blame on this one. I'm still not happy about it. Yeah, there's a lot of sus in this in the penny stocks. I've learned more and more. They can do so much shady shit, but the profits are great. 110% up. They will not take my thing, and I will cancel it and get options. Just let one go through already. You got them on the board. What's going on? No bid or ask yet. Come on. That part I can't tell you. I don't understand. I see a lot of open interest. We got 43 minutes on this dump hour. I'm just trying to sneak a little bit, and then the thing is, if I get it, do I sell at 70 and get my money back? Actually, just sell half and sit on the rest. Oh, yeah. Crazy morning. NBRV. So this one I caught on that Stock Twits. Now they did a reverse split, and it was at like, I don't know how many. It was at like 30 some cents. It opened up at like I think three something or 350 or whatever. But now normally those things kind of move down, but being in the therapeutics, this could be one of those anomalies where they did that to get exposure. They got it up over the dollar mark to get them away from the penny land, and they probably got to maintain something. And I haven't seen the sell off. 268,000 only. It's not that high, and it's just above 4, so it's holding. Most of the times you'll see something like this come on, and then they'll tank the son of a big old. We're gonna see some new percentages. Is Vet gonna do their dumper? I need Mr. Infamous XRP. Oh, I did it again. Stop forgetting to switch it. All right, there's that. Click on it first. Gotta click on it first, CCS. Yeah, that's it. Click on it first. They are playing with me, aren't they? Just playing with me. They think I'm gonna up that price one last time. It's not happening. And then when it goes to $2, I'll put the Grinch on and deal with it. So what's everybody feel on this last dip coming, man, with the whole crypto? Like what do we got going on? We got the election thing December 14th, right? Like final wasn't there a regulatory meeting? Does anybody have any info on that? I didn't follow up with that, so I'm not sure. I know the debate for the cannabis sector is today at 1. I mean, I don't know if that's going to do anything for price. It's just a debate. I think going into tomorrow, we're going to see maybe some fluctuation, I would assume. But I can't see it getting rejected tomorrow. I really can't. I don't see it happening. Possibly we see the rejected at the Senate, but we could totally see it take off and get accepted and take off. Things totally playing with me. In the meantime, I'm going to start searching for another one to make a different play because I know I have a couple other ones, like I said, YCBD and Huge. So I'll take a look at those. And if I have to, I'll move it. I don't know what their percentages are so far. And they get me so sidetracked. That's probably what they did on purpose to miss out on another opportunity. Okay, so they're both, it's not heavy, 1% on either side. So let's check out some news on it. I like making these option calls. Nothing on it. We'll just take some time. If my order takes in the meantime, so be it. It will be over. So yeah, these ones got, so I can play an options call on here. Take a look at the other one. That coffee's getting to me now. All right. News. Watch, it's going to take now. As soon as I find something else, I'll say, screw it, I'll play something else. That's how it works. And it has gone up since yesterday. Now I'll give this a little bit more time. If it takes, it takes. If it doesn't, I'm going to split it up into 2 more plays here on these options, probably with Huge and YCBD. Make a small play on both of them. YCBD looks better. to me. Sounds like someone's blowing front yard there. And can get it at 5. Do 5 and get it at 15. Or go for 10. I don't like, not December 18th, too early. 15, only 2 weeks out. But this one, possibly. That thing's still hovering, so this tank hour is halfway through. Hovering at 38. $36. I told you when I get close. All right, let's see here. Hey, what could get? I don't think I'll get 5 of them. I would get 4. I just want to double the money and move it and get options. That's what I want to do. I just want these quick plays. See, a buddy of mine texted me GRWG. I'll take a look at that in a second. Hey Jimmy, if you're listening, what is that? What sector is that? Is it cannabis? What is that? I'll be looking at it in a minute. All right, so I'm going to leave this here because if this doesn't take, I'm going to make the play and underbid this YCBD and try to get it. Yeah. Did you catch the Grinch? Did you catch the Grinch? If you're listening, Jimmy, I was pissed. I need to get a happy one. I need to get a bowl. I need to get the green bowl. Yeah. I need to make a good play this week, man. I'm missing so far. I don't like missing. Yeah. I sell growing equipment for cannabis. Yeah, so the fields I'm into is anything to do with cannabis, any sector, anything that helps it, whether it's lighting, some type of heating, some type of lights, some type of I don't know if there's fertilizer. It's more research you got to do to look into it. Anything that helps that field, like material wise, anything. And then it's just like the electrical car side, like the mining fields, the batteries, what goes into batteries, anything that pertains to it. And there's a few of them, and I need to make lists and start writing them down in categories because that blink, man, it is blink. I missed that play, and I'm not happy. That was a few grand, like in 3 days. A guy on TikTok pushed it, man, and I was all over it. Got caught up with cannabis, and that's the stuff I talk about. Putting it down on a piece of paper, man. Taking notes, writing it down, and making sure you get to it or don't forget about it, or at least look at it, mark it off. and move on to the next play or something else. But forgetting, because there's so much out there, and I follow so many people to get their input and listen in. Excuse me, that you'll forget, man. You just get tied in. I got into the cannabis. I'm glad I got Aurora and the other ones, but I missed one in like in a 4-day play, man. It was like $7,000 for what I was putting in. But that's the shit you deal with being a trader, going after stuff, I guess. All right, Jay, I'm gonna take a look at that GRWG. My dog was thirsty. And they're really putting it right up above me. They don't. Oh, there it is. Oh no, that was me. Psych you guys out. Remember Psych? 1993. Psych. Cool my. You guys remember some of these phrases? Cool my. Your ma. Your ma. You remember them? I do. It's all good. Check it out. Jimmy, these 100%, they're still good in a month. That, like, we're talking about 120 in 20 minutes. That's the shit I like to find, man. Like this Can Trust. Like just you find weird activity going on, whether it's in charts, in the news, in the volume. That's what I try to look at, because they're setting up for something. And something hit me yesterday, and it said just get it. And I got greedy, wanted it back at 16, 17 cents, and then it closed at 19, opened at 21 or whatever, and then spiked, and then I chased it, and then here we are. They're battling my 35 buy. For some reason went to 34, and I won't take it. I don't get it. Let's see here. Where is? I don't want to change that one. I need to open another one. So many tabs open, but that's cool. That's what this extra monitor's for. It changed my world. I wouldn't be able to do all this shit. And imagine if I had the other one. It's just another monitor would be great. So now 3. Boom, 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 boom. No shit, DraftKings. I didn't even think about them. Especially, I would assume higher, like you're going to get a pump probably too, no? All right, I gotta see this chart. Where is the damn candles? Like playing options on DraftKings, huh, Jimmy? Yeah. Wish I looked at them. I don't want that. I want a large chart with bars. I don't like the lines. There we go. Bam. That's what I need. The volume back in August, September was pretty insane. See, I have to run that through like I'll have to run that through like on my trading view, like through a fib and through one of the setups I have on TD Ameritrade. And I can't do that right on this. I'm not logged into it, and when I go into it, it lags everything, so I can't do it when I'm on. But I'd have to look at this in the smaller smaller field. Yeah, but those are some, that thing has been, I mean, even since November, Jimmy. 17. Did you play this one straight up or did you get options on it? Because if I was looking at it, the options are still kind of tight right now, which is odd for going that much already. Because it's at what? 35, 35.80? Still in, yeah, there's some interesting ones still here for the growth. Wonder if you can get it. This is December. Bet you January's got them really high. I'm sure. I would assume so. Yeah. So January's already got their call strikes. Dude, they're way up there. $30, 770. Yeah, they're up there. That would have been a so like finding that a month ago, Jimmy, would have been massive. Like a $30 strike or even a $50 strike's up to $1.10, $1.20, 45. Like doing it for December 18th. Still at 50, 60. Yeah, it would have been good then. I mean, something that's made that much move, still make your money in, but I'm not as likely to go into it when something's already made that much movement for that amount of time. Like it's already been a solid month and a half, 2 months, 3 months, and it's still going. And great, it can go to 70. But to get to that double, I think I missed the boat. I think I missed the boat on that one. But now these sons of gunnies, if they would open up an actual price on these options that I keep looking at, still nothing. Oh, they are toying with that buy. XRP over 63. How we doing on the other? It's hovering. I got that 1 o'clock debate. I don't know if it's going to do much, but I'm hoping it does. I got to take a look at some of these pennies to see what they're doing. Let's see here. Man, I need that $13 mark on Aurora. You know, 2 more bucks, baby. Come on. You can get there. Skype, I remember that one. Yep, here's all those penny stocks pumping again. New handfuls in. Look at them. TGI pumping. APPZ, he's got 53 million again. These guys, man, they're the shift is happening, folks. They are definitely pumping those penny stocks. and pulling their money out. Talking 1 to 2 billion, 3 billion, 4, 5, 6 billion. Some of them moving good, some of them not. They're totally. Oh, I missed it. I gotta see. Hang on a second. Let's see. I'll be right back on that one, but I gotta go to Mr. XRP. Give me a minute. But he said, "Oh, you sons of bitches." Was that today? Look at that. 79. Missed it. Oh, another nice one. What a gap. My order took at 35, guys. So let's see. Now we'll watch it tank, right? My fingers are a little chilly and like hard to type. How long did that thing get up there? Look at that. Nice play on PMCB again. Missed it. Got distracted. Only 10,000 at 79. 20,000 at 77. Okay, so there wasn't much. Back to XR pussy. I hope it doesn't break that 64 MRH. I really don't. I need to set some alerts too. All right, so we need XRP to retrace now. That's my next thing on the menu. And setting some alerts. Well, we need to run now. This hour dump is I'm beyond it because I got my cuts now, and now it's time to go up. Could have had twice as many shares at half the cost, but you know, I played the FOMO chase game instead of getting ahead of schedule. A PMCB alert, buddy. It's coming. They are, I think they're getting ready to get approval from the FDA in the next 3 months, and they are loading the shit out of those shares, and it is still an amazing buy right now, in my opinion. I think really behind, no? I don't know. I had to find some more, man. I had some more research to do. I thought I had one set. Yeah, white. There we go. Alerts that too. I don't know if you're still around, MRH, but again, I'll forget because so much activities. What's your breaking point for no more? I mean, I said to myself it was 70, and like, yeah, 69, 70. Then time to buy back. What's your breaking point? Like, I know you're set on it still going down, but we all know things can still happen. Let's see. Wrong way. There we go. Still waiting for some of these to go. I got two. I have three, four. I have 4 penny stocks left. Not a lot. 2 million. But this penny stock run, 2 of them are pumping in volume. And I'm just hoping that, where is that volume? I catch it and get out. Because the rest of them are pumping. And then I'm sitting waiting. Just want to move it. Want to make some profits. I don't want to have to take a split or like a wash or take a loss. Where is? Why can't I get? Why isn't the volume staying on there? Oh, that's why we got that. There we go. Looking at the wrong thing. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I hope it doesn't just show the. There we go. That's good. That's what I wanted. Volume. It's not 400. 53, man. I need that to get to 530 million. That's what I need. I need a big volume. All right, I'm going to step aside for a second. The ladies' room. And be right back. That XRP just wants to pump, huh? Oh, I hate when this thing does this every time. Looking at my other monitor, like set up to look at my buys, where it's at and everything. Nothing really going on those cannabis options. Nothing really tanking either. Just kind of maintaining, which is good coming to the news. But I'll be right back.
This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack
happened. So I think we all are kind of on rotation watch because it's been 14 years of growth, massively beating value. But there does seem to be some real underlying momentum in the economy, believe it or not. And I think it's the labor report's sort of evidence of that. But I think if it really is going to have traction, it's because all these cyclicals, which we call epicenter stocks, have become turnarounds. They had to cut costs so dramatically this year. They've reset their whole business model, cost engineering. I just think that operating leverage is what's causing these stocks to act so well.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, you've been talking about that rotation for a while now, and we've seen that, and you've kind of pointed it out when you look at the Russell value versus the growth indexes there, kind of the rotation, as you've been talking about outperformance and rollover that you haven't seen since going back to, 2008 there. So, I mean, there are concerns when I think about the cyclicals and some of those bankruptcy risks that are kind of, you could say, maybe being overlooked, maybe using the cruise stocks here as a proxy. Bloomberg was out kind of noting that companies, junk-rated companies that are losing money even before paying their interest payments doubled in Q3. That number went from 26 to 47. So, I mean, I guess when we talk about that, we know we're going to get back to normal at some point when these vaccines roll out. But don't you think that the debt burden on some of these cyclical stocks is going to be rather large and weigh on growth once we get back to that normal?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a tricky period. Because we can either rely on, the contemporaneous data we're seeing, like exactly what you're pointing out, or we can look at the signal from markets. And to me, if credit markets were telling us something, spreads are really tight, the volatility in credit indices are really low, and even the CDX, the credit default swaps are behaving. So they're saying that credit investors are not troubled by all the contemporaneous data you're pointing out, including rising bankruptcies. In fact, they might even be saying that we've already peaked in that cycle. I mean, it's something JP Morgan wrote about over the summer, that the credit cycle in terms of defaults is probably already peaked. And if that's true, then the equity investor shouldn't focus on the bankruptcies as much as the fact that credit markets are functioning really well and spreads are tight. And that's good for risk premium. So I think multiples are going to go up a lot. That's one I think people would be surprised at, is value stocks could get re-rated pretty dramatically. And that's why 2020 highs isn't the ceiling for the stocks.
Tom, how are you looking at some of these travel names that we have seen gain on the back of the vaccine news? You look at some of the airlines, for example, we saw a big uptick, of course, during the Thanksgiving weekend. But today we get this news from Delta also saying there is a bit of slowdown that's happening. Also cancellations that are picking up as well. What do you think of some of those names as an investment? And is it worth putting your money behind that in hopes of things ultimately picking up, whether that's 6 months from now or a year from now?
Well, I think that a lot of travel businesses don't have long-term substitution, meaning, the pandemic is completely destroyed any ability for us to have normal lives and travel. But we have to think of, in the post-pandemic world, are there going to be competitors to cruises, destinations, to theme parks, to airlines? And if the answer is no, then these companies simply just have to reignite demand. And if we're talking about a 12-month period where we're in that gray zone where we don't know, that's the opportunity for investors, because I don't think there's intermodal substitution for any of these. And so that means they're going to come back, roaring back at some point with much lower cost models. But you're right, we're not buying it for next quarter's earnings, because they're going to be awful for the next couple quarters.
Yeah, and I guess, looking past those, as you pointed out just a bit ago, it does seem like investors are looking ahead to that recovery, but I don't want to look too far ahead. We had Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson telling Bloomberg this morning that stocks look like they could be setting up for a correction at these levels. As I said, you've been right all year and kind of calling the levels to watch here. Earlier this week, you were pointing out the data has shown that when you've got year-to-date returns of 10 to 15%, generally through November, December is 100% of the time up, averaging about 3.3% returns for the month. So, when you look ahead here over the next kind of months timeline, what are your expectations potentially working in a pullback here?
I think a pullback could happen. I think even this week was a little shaky, the start of this week, but our view is strong markets stay strong. So we were strong into December 1. There's no reason for markets not to finish strong. In fact, history, as you point out, really strongly supports that it's kind of sounds bad to say, but 100% of the time, December is an up month. And so 3,800 is a pretty reasonable level, which is a lot of upside from here. But I think part of the reason we could do this is in our clients with institutional investors and portfolio managers, we just meet a lot of skepticism. They're skeptical of the vaccine, that this is unusual to have a vaccine rolled out so quickly. The logistics, people point out about the temperatures required for the Pfizer vaccine or the unwillingness of people to take it. And they just think that everyone's too optimistic. But when everyone says everyone's too optimistic, that means everyone's skeptical, which is good.
Good take.
Means, yes.
Yeah. Not always agreeing to the take that's in front of you. Tom Lee, it's always good to talk to you. He is the managing partner and head of research at Funtrack Global Advisors. Let's turn our attention back to the coronavirus because these are some really sobering numbers that we have gotten over the last 24 hours. More than 100,000 people hospitalized on Wednesday. That is nearly double the high point, the peak that we reached in spring, the largest death toll ever in a day, 2,760 people. And CDC Director Robert Redfield warning that 450,000 Americans may die by February if we continue at this rate. I want to bring in Dan Trigub. He is the former head of Uber Health. He is joining us today to talk about the launch of his new company, MedArrive. He is a co-founder and CEO there. Dan, this is certainly a timely discussion to be had, and we want to get to your new venture in just a bit. But I want to get a sense of how you are viewing all of these dynamics at play right now in the healthcare space. As somebody who is very familiar with the growth that we have seen on the other end of this virus with telehealth, with remote health, how are you looking at the huge uptick right now in the virus itself and the ability for healthcare workers to be able to control this?
Akiko, thank you for having me today. And I think we're in an unprecedented time, as many of us are saying right now. And I think from my perspective at MedArrive and my background working at Uber Health, I truly believe the next breakthrough in healthcare is not going to be necessarily genetics or therapeutics. It's going to be how care is delivered in this country. And we need to find more innovative ways to bring care into the home being the hub of healthcare of the future. And when we think about delivering the vaccination, we can't overburden our health systems, our hospitals. We have to find innovative ways to bring care into that home environment. And that's really what is at the core of our mission and what we're doing.
Yeah, it's an interesting time when we talk about telehealth getting so much of the attention here, but clearly there are constraints in how much telehealth can do, especially when we're talking about rolling out a vaccine that's going to require in-person care. You guys are tapping into a network of more than 20,000 EMTs here. Talking about how that might be a huge boost when we discuss constraints for healthcare workers, hospital staff, especially when we have so many beds now in the ICU dedicated to caring for patients.
Yeah, we have to find these new innovative approaches. Telemedicine can't do everything. With the tailwind of the pandemic, telemedicine has been growing rapidly. But as we say at MedArrive, there's no humanity, no physical touch in telemedicine. It's just a digital screen. We hear from doctors and physicians, they love telemedicine because sometimes they can just look over the shoulder of their patient and see what's going on in the home. But there is no physical contact there. They can't physically be in the home. And for us, we believe EMTs and paramedics are one of the most underutilized workforces in healthcare. And we can be that physical contact for that physician, for the health system in the home, leveraging this workforce, and still use telemedicine, but really be the eyes, hands, the physical touch in the home on behalf of our partners.
Dan, what do you see as the potential, if we're talking numbers here, what do you see as the potential for telehealth, and to what extent do you think the pandemic has accelerated the growth?
Well, it has absolutely accelerated the growth, and we've seen staggering growth in terms of the amount of telehealth visits that are happening. Now, that said, the data shows that close to 30% of the population doesn't always necessarily trust telemedicine. And again, it's just a physical screen. There is no contact there. And what we believe is we need to find a bridge. We need to find the bridge between pure telemedicine and that physical contact. And that's at the core of what we're doing at MedArrive.
Yeah, I like the concept here of for someone who's outside of the sector looking in at it, who might think that they buy your point that EMTs could have some time here in the downtime. How does it work structurally? How would you want to leverage that workforce here if they are supposed to be out there for emergencies? I imagine they would have to be distracted from helping patients, shifting back into emergency settings. So how might that actually work?
Yeah, for us, first to step back for a second, we think this is one of the most underutilized, undertapped resources in healthcare. EMTs and paramedics are everywhere. They're in rural markets today just as much as in large metros. The other thing is they're highly underutilized. A typical EMT paramedic works 3 12-hour shifts a week. They have extra days in that work week, and they're highly skilled in scope to do a variety of services. So what we're doing at scale for the first time is efficiently aggregating this labor force by partnering with local EMS agencies and national EMS companies, where we get that dedicated supply on our platform when they're not on the job, when they're not on the clock for their day job, driving an ambulance or going into the communities that they serve. They're using their own vehicles, they're off the clock, and they're on the MedArrive platform through this partnership-driven approach that we've built out. So it's really about accessing this labor force efficiently, and a labor force that knows the community, knows the local folks who live in the communities they serve, and a great opportunity for us to tap into that.
Dan, to what extent do you see MedArrive expanding its services beyond medical care? I know when you were at Uber Health, you were looking at, for example, food delivery for recovering patients as a way to sort of connect all the platforms that were within the Uber ecosystem. You've got MedArrive right now, and I know the focus is on EMTs, but what's your grand vision here? Do you see being able to connect the dots beyond just simply medical services?
Yeah, absolutely. This is just the beginning for us. We can tap into a vast array of labor and different forms of services into the home once we build out our platform. Just to be clear, at the core of it, we're a software as a service, we're an infrastructure, we're the glue connecting patients and health plan members to this efficient workforce through and by their health plan or their healthcare provider. So we're really building partnerships, more of a B2B approach. So we're not trying to have people come directly to us. We partner with a Medicare Advantage plan, a Medicaid plan, and we become that extension into the home. And certainly once we're in the home, there's a variety of services we can do. We're starting with EMS labor for a variety of reasons, but the future is endless in terms of the services we can feed through this platform as we begin to scale.
Yeah, it's very interesting stuff there. The CEO and co-founder of MedArrive, Dan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey guys, I'm back. I get a little bitey. I get a little bite to eat. A little eggy. Some yolk on some toast. Good cheese. Excuse me. Alright. What's new? What's going on? CryptoCurrencyShops here. Watching XRP maybe finally making that retrace off that fib line. So I'm hope I can finally get there. Excuse me. Gotta get awake. I'm gonna have an energy drink today. I'm gonna watch that Can Trust knock me out here today. What's up, life? Yeah. Run away from me is a joke, you know? I was talking to my brother for like 4 hours yesterday, and I kept trying to push an options call on it because something just didn't seem right, and it looked like it was going to make a run. And I told him yesterday, I was like, all right, I'm just going to buy it at 17.5. And I put an order in for 17 and 16.5. Then at the end of the day, I was like, fuck it, just transfer $50 over and just buy it. Just buy it at what it's at, 17.5. I mean, it's a penny. Again, nitpicking. And look where I'm at. I get it at 35. Now we're sitting to see if we can get a runner. I mean, it already ran, but yeah, I knew something was up. Would have been nice. Would have been a great sell at 45, 50. Play it back, but yeah, that's what I was talking to him about yesterday. Pretty much the target was $1, but anything in 30, 40 cents was good because getting it at 16, 17 cents. I mean, I was caught on the options. It won't let me buy. There's no bid or ask on it, so I kept trying to put it. I kept saying the market maker refused it or whatever. So I don't know if they're getting ready to come out to it or setting it up. Maybe it's going to run up to $1. I don't know if they can't do options until they get $1, but I know there's other ones that are under $1, so I don't know. I don't know all the rules and regulations on that shit. All I do is look for irregularities, volumes, charts, and something that just sparks you to say this is one. And there it is. I mean, would have been nicer for us all to have a little piece in that when I was talking about it yesterday and just get some, but it is what it is, man. There'll be more. I'm a very competitive person and don't like missing anything, especially when you're knowledgeable to it and you make a call on it like this one's probably gonna pop or something and then it does and you're not a part of it. I don't know. Yeah, there's something with like certain things they don't get it kicked off necessarily. I don't know. I think it's all dependent on what they have set up. There's different regulations and everything. I don't know. I know certain players, like if they're not above $1 or above a penny, like I think there's different statutes and stuff like that. Top ships. That sounds familiar, man. I don't know if it was Top Ships or Drop. You know what? It's probably on my what the heck is it called? My Stock Twits page. Because Dry Ships. The one I was a part of a while ago was Dry Ships. Yours was Top Ships. Yeah, this was if you made the play, people made some serious bank, but now it's Dry Shits. Yeah. So same thing, man. The thing is who cares? I don't care. I think the biggest thing is not getting emotional. Don't get emotional into a play. Like, I mean, we're all emotional with crypto. we love XRP. And I think there's a reason there's certain situations when you're just shifting in an entire global economy is a different factor. But you should still play it. You should still make money and not regret making profits, because nobody's mad about making money. They're just mad and upset about losing money. So when you don't take the profits and it drops and you're out, you lost. But yeah, this CanTrust, it ain't leaving my chart today. Yeah, don't get emotional, man. Get your money, make plays, set up plays. Like in life, I don't know if you caught the beginning of the video. You can check it out later if you didn't. How I described the whole play, like how I should have played Aurora off the first week, being up so much, and how you can just keep splitting your options off of profits, and you've already gotten your money back. And so now you're just trying to make more and more plays all over the place. And if you hit one, now you've branched it out to 4 more plays. And if you win one of those 4, you branch that out to another 4 or 5 more plays. Just keep banking, and before you know it, it's kind of like a tree branch, man. You have a portfolio built like so big. Yeah, well, buy the stock, and when you hit such a high high profit, and you sell some of those contracts, you're sitting tight for 2 for maybe longer for higher profits or whenever you feel it. But now you can play the opposite way, because we all know it retraces. When stuff goes straight up like that, it retraces. So buy a put. It doesn't have to be as big as the one you're playing to go down, but find one that you can afford with your profits and make that play, and use one of those investment tools. The other one you sold on one of the contracts, and invest in the shares now on that dip. So you're not only branching your portfolio with all those options, but now you're building your portfolio for longevity and for bigger moves down the road. And those you just sit. It never costs you anything, because you're playing with all profit. So that just sits there and grows, and just writing it down and keeping track of it is huge. And that's where I'm at. I need to make sure I market what I've played, check, done, move to the next one, make this, move that. You got profits, move it. You know what I mean? Keep some, buy some, move some, play some. If that thing drops to 30, I know I'm done. I'm toast. I would be hard pressed to believe that there's going to be more out of it. But we'll see. I just don't. So crypto, I did, but crypto doesn't have options that I know of anywhere. Does anybody trade options for crypto? Maybe I need to find out if they do, but I don't know if there's options trading. Does Binance do it? I thought Binance might, but I don't. I mean, I did similarities on crypto on like Crypto Hub and Crypto whatever that other one was. There's like 3 exchanges that are no longer around. That's all I did. Yeah, Binance does do options. I'll look at it. I think I did it on the app, and it didn't. I don't like the setup. So when I'm not comfortable with what I'm looking at and can't feel it out right, I don't like playing on that. I don't like playing on that format then, like on that exchange or whatever. I have to feel comfortable with what I'm looking at, reading. Like, it has to make sense to me, because some platforms are confusing. Like TD Ameritrade, like the Thinkorswim app, I like it, but it doesn't have as much to look at and to research and to like put like your fib retraces and all that. So I can't do that on that one. And then I go to the other one, and I download it. And I can't do it when I'm streaming because it lags like crazy. But when I do it, I'm not comfortable with it yet. I mean, the thing's all, it's like putting crazy wires together to me right now. It's not, doesn't flow. It's just a matter of probably playing with it. So this thing's just holding at 36 too. And I'm waiting for a good drop here on XRP. I'm hoping this is finally the turn, man. Just want this thing to get down so I can get some. I mean, I'm kind of in line with the blockchain backer. Yeah, we all need more XRP. We've been trading it too much in this little wrong spot to be trading. It really is. That's emotional right there. That's the greed, FOMO in, and all that stuff. Because you FOMO. Didn't press that trigger at 75 because you FOMO. That sits in your head. That's what that is. That's the emotion. You know what I mean? Yeah, and look at that. I didn't have the money to get the big chunks at the time. I could have done it probably at like 16, 17, but I was looking for a little bit lower again. But yeah, the 11, I think I shit my pants. I really did. I think I shit my pants. I got what I could, and I couldn't have told more people like 11 to 15 cents. Shit, man. Sell your car. Do whatever you can right now to get into that spot. Like, seriously, look where we're at. 60 cents. I don't care. Make piles. All right, this $500 at 12 cents is when I sell at 40 cents. This pile at $200 is where I sell at 40. You can make plans and exit strategies, which are still good. Put a piece to your long-term hold. Put a piece to your short-term hold. And then put pieces to like marks like that. Like, okay, I got 5,000. I'm selling at 50 cents. Or that next run, whatever it is, I'm selling. That's my profit. Do the same thing like I'm talking about options. You picked up 10,000. You're selling at 60 cents. There you go. We got $6,000. Distribute that $6,000. 2 to go back in. 2 for you. And 2 to whatever the heck other investments whatever you're doing. Maybe something else. You know what I mean? Like keep that mindset. Keep that mindset with everything you're trading. And it's hard. It's hard to stay focused. It's hard to stay focused with that because everybody gets emotional, no matter what it is. It's just, or it sits on your head. Maybe you're not as emotional, but it will play in the back of your mind. But I'll tell you what, there is no greater true feeling than when you make a play, you have a plan, and you stick with it, because I've done it a handful of times too. More times than missing out or messing up. And it's so gratifying. It's so like almost like you conquered the world on a project. Like you set your plan, you put your business plan out there, and this is for yourself. It's not for anybody else. You could share it like I'm sharing it, but you doing it, the only gratification it will give me is like, you're like, I did it, man, and it worked out. This is good. It's still satisfying knowing somebody does it and they're successful. But it's like, man, when I make it, because I made one last week, and it's like, oh man, this is like, it's like so much of a relief off your shoulders, eases the mind, bourbon tastes better. Like it's just a great feeling, man. And you want to literally, at that point, you want to share it to the world. You know what I mean? Like when you have real heart, like Mr. Level Up, man, when you have heart, you want to share it. You want to share it to the world. You just want to, you don't care what the negativity says. I don't. I like talking to some of those Twitter people that mention stuff where they say like he told me he wouldn't steer us wrong. He's not steering you nowhere, man. He's showing you what he sees. In people that are selling XRP off of his opinion and research, don't forget, can you get mad? Absolutely. But when you act on that and call him out and say it, you look silly because it's your call. He didn't press the button for you, and he's even said he's not selling XRP. So from what I understand, he didn't sell any XRP. A lot of us did because we want more. That's our choices. That's our greed. He's playing other crap. I did back then. I played the other crap. Now I want to play these ones because they're getting more volatile. It's still my choice. Will his videos play a factor in the back of my head? I'm sure, but it's still my choice to take that. You know what I mean? My choice to watch his video and let that subliminally play in my head. Not his fault. He didn't make me watch his video, and he definitely didn't make me make the trade. So these guys are funny. I think he's been pretty good at putting it out there that he's at, you do what you got to do, but I'm not telling you to do anything. So, and I'm sure it's for a lot of people out there. A lot of the guys in the field right now. This damn CanTrust needs to pop and break that 50 now, because it is next hour. That's right, man. Nobody. Nobody makes that. Except the person doing it. This is that dead time of the day. They're all eating lunch right now. And slower market. Must be getting beat up on the dips or all those kind of. I need Aurora to make that hike. Oh hell no! Sell all of it. No, I'm not even happy with selling some of it. Life. I I always told myself, and there's some of them out there. Excuse me. There's some out there that always said I'm not ever selling XRP through this, and I used to be that. But I also get to the point where it's like I like trading when it's volatile. I do. XRP is the easiest coin to move and exchange with. It's the cheapest. It's the fastest. So what I say is, okay, it's not that I'm using it to waste it. I would have paid cash. I would have paid cash to get to this other stuff. So what I do is I use XRP all the time as long as I can. So I don't really trade these other ones that have like Bitcoin and Ethereum pairs. I hate them. They're too long, too expensive, and it just pisses me off. I've wasted so much money on Ethereum and Bitcoin. I probably could have double my pockets in XRP. That's how stupid it is. It's just, I go back and look at all the shit. It's amazing how much money I've wasted with all these other stupid coins. With buying and trading and swapping, whatever. XRP is the shiznit. You use it for everything. The thing is like if you're going to use it, like I'm going to use 500 XRP to go buy something else. Fine. But get to your exchange wherever you buy XRP and use that 500 not to go to that exchange, but to buy XRP and then transfer XRP to whatever move you want to make. So that's how I always did it. I'm sure there's a couple times I forgot to buy XRP, but most of the time I would buy it and just use that. Buy XRP, use that. I understand it will hit me with selling and trading, but I hate using Bitcoin. I hate using Bitcoin and Ethereum for pairs. And I use Litecoin, all of them. Again, I could probably double my bags if I never used that stuff ever. So much money wasted. That frog stuck in my throat. You would use BitTrue. Does BitTrue have a coin? BitTrue the coin? Or just the exchange? Oh, the S&P up over 10, huh? Ah, the exchange, they have just about every coin. Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good to hear. Um, I haven't been using them as much. I just haven't been using any of them. So, but I have used BitTrue the most. I'm ready for the next leg up on all this stuff. And this Can Trust, he's toying with me right now. Oh, literally toying with me. Right above the 35 mark. I am kind of expecting to see a little bit more action on cannabis here, whether it's today or tomorrow. I don't know if I created this watch list yet. Gee. I would hope we take the Senate. Hope we don't lose it. I don't think that would be good. All right, let me see. I gotta check some stuff. You know what, Life? I thought the SEC meeting was yesterday. Let me search that. And I was asking if anybody else had any info on it because for some reason I thought it was yesterday, but I guess it was today. Civic still moving or just hanging? Yeah, still slightly moving up. There we go. We need Safe Haven to take off. I never got that next level down, which stinks. I would have really made my portfolio big on that one, but it is what it is. It's still, holy cow. I know you guys were talking about XDC. I know MRH was, so did he already sell? Is he getting back in? Because this thing dropped out big time. Come on, here we go. Come on, trust. Let's can't trust. Let's pump it. What is this? About 5.2 million. Who? PLA? What is that one? Is that the one that was super cheap? This one? Play chip, or was it a different one? Because I remember somebody saying this isn't the right one. There's a different one. PLAI maybe, or what? Was this it? You hey Life, you got any Pack Global? Yeah, you say player, PLAIR. This says play chip, so let me see. I don't know if player came on here when I checked last time. I think it's different. Yeah, see, it doesn't show up. Oh, that's on stock. Let me see. Not on cryptocurrency. Yeah, I don't get it. Is that the tag? Because that's all play chip. I couldn't get this before, so I think I pulled it up on CoinStats, but I can't pick it up on here. Okay, so it's not on here. All right, so then yeah, I don't know. That one's a good one. Hey, take a look at Pack. I don't think Pack Global's on here either. It sucks. I don't know why. I hate that. It's not on here. Excuse me. Oh shit. There it is. Yeah, go right ahead, Life. I don't. What is it? What is it? Oh. And I don't want this thing to go below. Does I feel like I'm screwed. Oh, I might have to. I think you're good now. Oh, it's that slow day. I get beat up. Wait for that 2 o'clock to come back and make a play is what I need to do. Come on, Xer. Time to drop her. So that's all. Okay. Oh, I can move it too. All right. Yeah. When did you get in? Like way down there at 5 zeros back in May. That was a good time. It's still down here again. You think it's on the move up now again, or what? Those are the ones I love, man. Those small market caps, man. Makes you feel better when you can hold millions, right? Makes you feel better, and if it pumps, it's golden. That was pretty low, huh? Is that to the dollar or to Bitcoin? I'm trying to see what that coin trader. You got in at the 3 and 4. Okay, it's to the dollar. You got 4, that 40, so 4. So you got in right here. All right. I mean, you caught it early then. If I'm looking, I can make a trend line here on that. Trend line, horizontal line. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at that line. It's pretty good. It's almost at the bottom of 220 or 219. A strong dip in March, spike, and then drop in April, May, June. And it's just on that breakout at that. So yeah. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. So many these that like I just don't. Why can't these guys like I don't know? They just charge too much. Like if I'm running an exchange, I don't know. I don't know all the back end of it, but like Pack Global's one of them. They've been around and they're pretty recognizable, yet they're not. I mean, look at some of these other coins. They're on these exchanges and they're nothing compared to like Pack Global. So I don't understand how Pack Global hasn't made the push to get on good exchanges. My one gripe about them for the past year, especially when they, I guess, were bought out by that kid or whatever that's been a part of like the master nodes, the Pack master nodes. I still don't understand. I post on the Discord every once in a while, like when are you guys getting into a recognizable exchange? And maybe they are one that I'm not familiar with, but I don't know how they haven't gotten on a BitTrue or Binance or any of those yet. I understand they cost a good dime, but those guys, man, they've had to pull some profits off of all those coins going back and forth. What do you mean? You don't think they get on big exchanges so they can accumulate what? The people that own them accumulate them? Yeah, but exposure's key. Oh, so it's just a greed factor, you think? Like, I mean, I've always said it. Like they have the coin to do it. Man, that thing's still hovering. It goes to another red candle. I'm a sucker. That means yeah. Listen, you can keep coins for yourself. Just you develop the damn thing. It's your project. Just don't care. It's just be transparent about it. Put stuff in place where you can't use it to tank a market or do certain things. And everybody can lie, cheat, steal, and do whatever, but be transparent about it. A lot of these coins I've been in early, and they're just shady moves, and I know they're shady moves. Call them out, and they'll block you, ban you. I don't give a shit, but they're so non-transparent with stuff, and then just make a decision, but it's not beneficial for the people holding. Like when they do the swaps, horseshit. Those are reverse splits, and that's like insider trading. You're doing and I hope people report them, because yeah, people did lose money. Those people know what they're doing, and then they post the info. They've already loaded up, and you can watch the charts. You can see beforehand, they're like, why this dipped so much? Well, I know why. And then you see the buys, 100 million, 200 million, and it's like, then the news comes out. Come on, man. People took advantage of it like crazy. Just shady shit everywhere. Everybody's looking to cross a dime off of everybody, like steal it from everyone. That's when I came up with my coin, man, the Orzo coin. You can go. It's like just stalemate right now. I just don't have the people I need in place to help with it. I would love to keep it going. Like I told you guys, man, you send me your Waves wallet ID or receive your to receive anything from the Waves wallet. I'll still send you guys, anybody that comes on and follows me anywhere, I'll send you the one. Sit tight. Maybe down the road I get it developed to where I want it to. It's not your typical utility by any means, but it has a process behind it, and that's the whole point. So it still has a game plan. It's not like it helps you move money across places like XRP. It could be a store of value. I don't care, but it's also a play, and it's there for a narrative. Like it's there for an agenda. The purpose is because I hate these whales sucking up everything. So if you read it a little bit, you'd understand, and I would love to get people talking about it so I can get maybe a developer behind me. But the biggest thing is getting it to its own chain, being its own coin, getting it off the Waves exchange, and getting a real developer. But it's just hard to get a developer. I got in a little too late with it. I had developers working on it several times, and I got outbid. Pretty much what you want to say it. They went to other projects. I couldn't offer them money. I couldn't offer them to hang on. It sucks. Someone's got to have the heart to be like, I like this project enough to stick with it, still do it. But no, they'll take the money. I've had a couple people. It just needs its own chain, and it needs side chains. So that's what it needs. That's still looking for someone that will ever come along and help out with it. And there it is in development to change like certain things of it, because the more I learn is the more I can develop it into the correct project and destination it needs to go to. I don't want it to stop and be done with it. It's still in the back of my head. It's still out there. It's got the website. I got my Discord. I don't update Discord as much as I normally do. But it's like having people in place, because now I see what those guys always talked about. It's a lot of work. And then when you're doing other stuff, your own job and doing like trading and stuff like that, it just... What do you mean, Life? What do you mean on that? Oh, you're saying some of my holds just to use some of that money to help out. Yeah. These developers want a lot of money now. That's the problem. Before they would go with projects, just what are you gonna give me in these coins? I'll make it. Like that's what I like. I'll reserve you coins. This is my project. This is where I want it to go. This is what the potential is. help make it get there. That's your earning. You help me develop the back end. I have the mindset for what I want and what I want to do. You help me develop that. You're the guy for that. I'm the creator. I got the mind and the vision. You have the power to put it on this computer. Not me. I don't. I need somebody to put my imagination on these programs. That's what I need. That's who I am. I can vision, I can create, I can BASF it. I don't make a lot of the products you buy. I make a lot of the products you buy better. That's what I am. It takes a lot. I've messed with programming and coding. It's just I can't do it. I mean I could, but I can't. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Well, I have so much to give out. I mean, I got a lot to give out first, but if you go through it, check it out, read it, let me know what you think. I always take advice and feedback. And again, there's already some things I already know I have to change. I just haven't gone on there and changed it yet. And there's already plans that I've already had. It's just how to explain them on there, and it's hard. I don't want to keep going further until I can get it onto its own, to be its own coin, and I don't want it to be the norm. It's different. And every developer wants me to have it set up as the norm, and I don't want it. Yeah. No, I know. A lot of that will just waiting for it. A couple of those cheapies like the one you're sitting here on Player. I mean, it's not just XRP on this bull run. Yeah. I mean, I just want to get it going again. I think because when we hit this bull run again, yeah, I think I'll be able to do it. I really do. I'll be able to afford it and actually pay for the help and maybe find somebody. You know what I mean? And I still want that true heart. I don't want to just pay somebody. I mean, I do, but you know what I mean? I want somebody with heart and drive on it. Like they see the same vision I do. So I think that's it. Trying to find someone with that same vision, like understand what's going on in my head with the project, understand what I want out of it, and then, brainstorm. Let's do it. Let's brainstorm. Let's see what we can do and get out of it. That's what I'm trying to do. We'll see. I'm still, it's still a big thing on my mind. I never want to try to let it go too much. Just want to get it in place. But that's hence why I set up like the little crypto shops, the .com, like for apparel. I mean, I always look for it, and nobody ever had crap out there, and I still haven't set up my Amazon one. Yeah, you're saying, what do you do, Life? What do you sell? I could use you for roofing. You natural? Any one of those natural salesmen. Again, I do it. I used to sell, but it's not my thing. It's out of my comfort zone, and I get it. The best thing to do is jump out of your comfort zone to get better and learn more. And I've done it. I think it's the more I don't want to do all that. I want to operate it. I want to run it. I want to move to a different field with it. I need those true sales. I guess it's just tougher with this Plandemic bullshit going on too. Just not as easy. Do you still sell then or what? I always have people tell me to go into different sales, pharmaceutical and other crap that's out there, but I don't know. I want to enjoy something I'm doing. I think that's it. I'm 44. Who knows? Both my parents are passed, both at young ages. Who knows what kind of time frame you got? I don't need to be doing what I don't like anymore. Got 2 teenagers, so I want to enjoy some time. I'm gonna give them hell when they get out of school and live their life. I'm gonna dirty their kitchens and shit. Yeah, mortgage loan officer. Nice. Well, that's cool, man. 3 years ago, I thought about getting into real estate, and again, I'm kicking myself in the ass not doing it, because look at the market that turned in the last 3 years. Again, you snoozing and losing. That's all there is to it. I think of shit all the time, and there's avenues you take, and then there's reasons you don't take it. I guess that's how I put it too. So I'd be doing a different path. I wouldn't be looking at this. I love this. I don't know what it is. I love it. I guess to just see things going on, the whole global shift, the transition and everything. I think it's exposing the market to people that aren't aware of it is the fun part. Like Chris says, it's sharing it. It's showing people what's out there. Whether I do it, people don't like it my way or not, I don't care. I'm not gonna be a Kevin Cage. I don't have his voice. I don't have his mentality. I don't have his way of thinking. I don't have his mindset. I mean, he sounds like a dang spokesman for something. I heard Chris say even on the phone he sounds the same. Some people are just natural flowers, just really good at the things they found and do. I guess mine is I just see things differently, like this can trust. Like yesterday when I called, I mean, it's just, and it's not I'm just calling shit out. It's research into something. It's analyzing and breaking something down that doesn't look the same from previous times, or what's going on with something, or just like the options part of it. Like something told me like something ain't right. It's still an intuition, but it's like that gut feeling on top of everything you just researched to like go to react on it. And I obviously didn't react fast enough like an idiot, but things like that, just see them. I see things differently. That's what I take out of it. I see things differently in a different point of view. I've been the black sheep. I always go against the grain. I'm a non-vaccine taker. I don't wear masks. But I have logic behind it. It's not that I'm just a stinking rebel going around saying no to everything, but I pretty much say no to everything because I look at things from another perspective all the time, no matter what it is. And when I feel or when I find out I'm wrong, I'm not afraid to say it. Not afraid. Well, it's the people that you expose can't handle it. Every day of my life, my entire life, they don't handle it well. They'll attack you. As soon as you expose them, they attack you. Trust me, the closest people in my life. But it is what it is, man. Jealousy is an evil thing, and it sits in the back of people's mind. Jealousy plays weird tricks with you on other people. It really does. But it is what it is, man. Keep grinding, keep thinking and looking, understanding the things I do. I guess I enjoy it. Oh, I forgot to look for that SEC the SEC regulation. Let me see if I can find something. Did you find it? Was that it? Second red candle. Come on, XRP. Loud. Should do it. Okay. I always got to remember when I pop that up. I got to mute it. So, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Okay, the meeting of the investment community will resume at 1:40. Looks like it got a while. It's never enough. I've come to realize it's not, and I'll try to break it down in a way. I play this in my mind all the time because I always had trigger points like, man, I need to get 1,000. I need to get 5. You need to get 10. You need to get 20. Like, when does it stop? And every time I built that, it's like, it's not. It's never enough, and I shouldn't stop. Why? Why should I stop? For something that we truly believe in, why are we stopping? Why do we say that's enough? It's kind of like saying, I'm gonna start this. I'm all in on this, but once I make $1,000, I'm done. I'm done. I get it to an extent on like a daily plan and like goals. But I guess my thing is when you hit that goal, why do you? So I'll even tell you why. I hit my goal 3 times now. 3 times. And I raised it. And this last one, I didn't raise it. I got to the point where I said, that's good. And now I'm watching myself make mistakes because I want more. So I took the goals away, and now I'm making different decisions. I think because I didn't have any goals set. So that's kind of like the emotion. Then you start to play on emotion. And yeah, I can make an exact plan and just say, I got this, that's it. Just like I have what's stored and something to play with. But I don't have more to play with unless I make the right moves. Right? That's it. So I don't want to stop playing. I don't want to just be done. Like, I want to keep playing. I want to keep investing. The more I keep investing and the more I keep making good plays, obviously the better. But if I stop making those goals, I stagnate myself. And I don't like that. I don't like being to the point and that's it. Now what? Sit and wait? Like, I get it. But now I'm in the same thing as like an IRA. You put your money in and wait 30 years. Man. I want it now. So I'm going to keep doing whatever I need to do to get it now. And the only way to get that now is by not waiting, is to keep finding a way to get more. So as I'm building or trying to find another way to get more, I am accelerating my chance for that retirement to get it now, to get where I want to get to. Because right now, if you say it's enough, you set your standard, you set your bar. Say you have 10,000. If you want to retire, what does it have to go to? You set your bar. That's it. So I guess the mindset on it is I keep adding, finding ways to accumulate more. I'm bringing it down. Obviously, every bit I get, I'm bringing it one day closer. I'm giving it 1 week closer, 1 month closer, 1 year closer. Like, you're just setting yourself up for that ultimate goal, because why are we doing this? We all want to live our free life. We want to retire. We want to do what we want. Well, what's the point of getting to a point and sitting back and waiting? Like, why? Well, it doesn't make sense to me. Don't. So to me, there isn't enough. You're setting a standard that it has to hit, and we can't predict anything. This can tank tomorrow. Might not ever come back. What if the SEC says it's a security? What if they leave the U.S.? The U.S. bans from trading. Like, why? Why limit yourself to taking the opportunity to getting it now, or getting more now, or getting it sooner? I don't think it's the smart play. I don't think it's the smart thing. So it's never enough. It really isn't. And it's not never enough to be greedy, to be like, oh, well, you're going to be a millionaire. You're going to have $10 million. Based off what? Your opinion? Based off my thought process of the last bull run? Maybe. You never know. That's what I say. You never know what's to come. Never know what's coming, so it's never enough. Mr. Trump spoke you earlier. So yeah, I don't think it's there's my answer. It's never enough. Yeah, man. I'm always up for information. So I try to post whatever anywhere. It's just it's a hard thing sometimes. I wish I started 2 years ago when I said I was going to. You have more people exposed to it, but it is what it is. You start somewhere. I mean, some of these people like the Bearable Bull and Kevin Cage and I Am Legion and DAI, all you guys, man. Like, you guys have no idea how many lives you've affected. Like, you got to realize so many. Like, that's got to give you some goosebumps when this takes off. It has to. It has to feel good. You've just set so many people up to be like more successful and established in life, like a more of a free life. Just that feeling, it's just that giveness. It's such a unrewarded, an unrewarded gift to people. Like you're not taking the praise. No, it's not. It's just knowing that you've helped some people get to another dimension in life, another area in life. It's gotta be a great feeling. Now this is killing me. Now it's above 11, and the contracts are. Oh man. Ugh. Keeps toying with me. It's got to get to that 13 mark. Every day it's harder to get up. That's probably why, because it's almost 1. That meeting's coming up. What are those? Is that those links? I'll check them out. Oh. U.S. Senate confirms Waller to Fed Reserve Board. Is that good news? Why do I remember Waller? Why do I remember Waller? Waller. Oh, she's going to block this out because I'm on TradingView. Going to say multiple. Oh, I was just going to open it. So it's going to block on here for a second. So, Life, explain to me what I'm looking at here on that. Like, this is their signals. pretty much their fib. Is that their fib? I don't know what that play button does. Green are your trade profits. 62.9, 70.42, and 87.89. Is that what you're saying on the right hand side? Yeah, that mandate debates are starting for the vaccine. 34.5. Oh, that's I'm looking at ZRX right now. That's the one I'm looking at. What is up with the chart? August 20th. Did it hit? Did it hit $1? Did it hit $1 or whatever? Or 90 cent back then? 95 cents. Did it really get up to there? Did, huh? Man, I didn't even realize it went that high. Huh. Have you been hitting these marks, Life? Okay, so if I hover over those green bars, it'll tell me the target and then the stop. Right? That target's only 3 cents, so I'm lost again. So I'm trying to understand. Or is that just amount up? That's just how much higher. Is that the profits? Excuse me. So take it at 16. What is that now? I guess I'm still lost a little bit. Trying to understand what I'm seeing. So the next one is if I'm looking at Cardano Life, is the next sell that you guys are saying on this, the next trigger is 18274? I'm still very, but it's his tweet. I'm still bearish. So is that what I'm saying? Yes, but I'm still in the edit. Check your. Right. Is that a private message? Check my, what is that? DMs? Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That one's for Litecoin. Where'd you get it? Is that on, is that on this page somewhere? One of these links that you sent me? Is there a way to look at that? You got one of those you can send me for Cardano while I got it up on this other screen. You got that same send me another DM on Twitter for Cardanos like that. What the hell? Oh, someone's shaving their teeth. That's disgusting. They literally screwed their teeth for life. Just to have like, oh, that's disgusting. Hard to look at even. Let's see here. 34. Where does it say that if I clicked on that link? So the next target, you're saying that the third target that's not on here is technically 34, huh? Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Thanks. I mean, you want to post it, you want to send them to me on that Twitter message all the time or whatever, or on any of the threads, whatever's cool with you. Still going pretty good. It's gotta be. Hoping I'm not just positive, right? Positive thinking. It looks right. Go back to like back in 2017 and look at it. Oh, fuck him. Fucking governors and people coming out saying stay home. Every single one of them. Eat shit. You stay home, you prick. I freaking can't stand any of them. So, whatever. Yeah, I don't. I'm sure there's something. You can use. I think I used to use Google Hangout. Probably some app though, definitely. Just got an alert, huh? Let's check it out. Like if Bitcoin keeps going. Why did it do that? Oh. are these guys? Yeah, it's stale. I'm gonna have to take a break here a little bit or here soon. Step away, go for a walk with the dog, refresh that brain, and come back when these meetings come back. Because that, I'll just leave it live on that meeting, SEC regulation, and then hopefully we'll have some news on that debate, which I don't think it's gonna do too much with the debate, really. So. I'm not getting any on those pennies. Not getting much volume. Still stagnant. Hopefully one of them will move. Is that still at 15? Yeah, I'll put a life. I appreciate it, man. I will put I'll put that live stream up just so it's playing. I just need to stretch my legs. I think this is the peak of our warm day here today, and get the dog out. He's got some bag legs, but he likes it when it's cooler out, and I just need some fresh air. I'm gonna take an energy drink, and we'll see, man. I keep going. I don't care. I'll go for a while again. Tomorrow I have to get some shit done. Reach out and try to get this roof, man. That's what I need to get. I'm waiting on this one. I'm waiting on this one guy so bad. But I have a couple more I need to follow up with and try to get. So I need some more. I need a couple big bankers so I can get some more shit going. I always want to do more shit on the side. Life don't. You can always go to, if you need a new hoodie, man, you can always go to CryptoShops.com, CryptoCurrencyShops.com, and get yourself a nice hoodie. The Teespring link has more to offer. I don't think you can get it right on mine, but it's a link on Teespring on my website. But I need to order a couple too. I love my hoodies, especially at this time of year, man. It's hoodie season. Once I'm done researching YCBD, that thing said it was coming back at 1240. 140. Shit, you got a little while. Wrong one. Okay. Where's this thing going? That's what I'm worried about. 750. It's at $3 already. The 250 mark has already been hit. There's no bid and ask on this. Can you get it at 10? So I think the two. Yeah, dude, I need to find a good place for sweats. I can. All these places I try to like set up these things. The sweats suck, man. I think I might go to the thrift shop and see if I find something cool. But any of the stores, there's sweatpants, good sweatpants, hard to find, good, comfortable. I'm not like a skinny guy, but I'm not a tall guy either. But it's hard to find a good pair of sweatpants. I like lounging in, man. It seems like there's far and few. They're all tight, tied waist, ball sack huggers, or some crazy crap. I just want a loose fit, nice and warm stuff. Yeah, there's they have I got to get one hoodie and one zip up because I'm more of a zip up fan because you can zip it up or leave it open. But there's one zip up hoodie I've had it for 20 years probably already. It's a Superman one and the zipper broke, so I got to fix the zipper because it's my most comfortable hoodie. I love it. It's a little larger, but it's thin and it's comfortable as shit. All these other hoodies nowadays you get from like the one I'm wearing now. My buddy got it for me. It fits a little better, but most of them are all they're like tight right in this armpit and on the shoulders, and you can't like a fat kid gotta move, man. I gotta be able to stretch that shit out and move, man. Like I'm a fat leet. I don't leet no more. I just fat it. So but I'm still a fat kids. You know, I'm a true fat kids here. And I can move still and get shit done, but I need to be able to do it while I'm wearing comfy clothes. I actually, you know what's funny life is I look for dress pants. I look for those super stretch soft dress pants. They're almost like sweatpants. They're so comfortable. Like, and I'm just going to lounge in those. I found one pair like handful of years ago, and I don't fit in them anymore. It's probably because I need to lose a little waistline, but they're damn so comfortable. I need to find more like that. That's key right there. But yeah, man, go make a fat kid proud on the webs. Let me know. I'll probably get a text or something if it did happen. If you did get something, I'd probably see your name on there somewhere. But I think the Teespring has more to offer. You just I mean, there isn't a code to use too. If you did, I know the main site has a code right on it. If you don't see the one, let me even look. You don't see the one on Teespring. Then you can ask me, but they're pretty much always a 25% thing off. And it's pretty much, that's right at where I can get away with like buying it and selling it. Like, and it literally it pulls me $1 or $2 on a transaction. So it tries to keep the price down. I know all these other places, man, everybody's doing it. So the prices keep going up, but so I just leave that active code kind of everywhere for it. It's probably never take it off unless their prices go up. And then it's like, what's the point? I don't know. Let me see. Because I don't know if it shows it up there. I think I have to look on my back end. Old Navy Active Sports Best Sweats. In Old Navy, they're expensive at Old Navy. There's another thing I worked on when I was doing my my coin, the Orzo coin, and it's linked on the site too. But freaking setting up this for like merchandise and just doing stuff, man, it's just time consuming. So time consuming. But the Teespring's pretty cool, man. They got a lot more to offer, and I can really dazzle with different things. It's just like I said, it's time consuming. Get someone that's into graphics like your wife, man. Set that up for you and something on the side. Like someone that has some time to do it and you can put more time and just develop so many different options. Like right now, it's just kind of plain. I just did my own font for XRP and just roll with that. But there's other things. Like I take pictures of moons through my telescope. Like I got one today. I wanted to get one yesterday because it was more of a full moon, but in the morning, like in the daylight, and I got one at night, and I want to make a t-shirt. I want to make shirts like that, man, like real shit that you worked on, and print those things on there and put those pictures on there. I want to see how it comes out, but get a hoodie for that, like day in the front, night in the back. But the leggings, I wonder how they fit. I know my daughter actually likes the looks of them or something, but a couple of them. I don't know where this dang thing is now. Let me see. Wants me to log in. I thought I could get in from that one. I don't remember my passwords ever. I always have to look them up. I used to remember all my passwords, but there's just so damn many of them anymore, you know? Damn things, you gotta press all these objects to verify every damn thing all the time to get in everywhere. Not a valid login. See, I have no idea what it is already. I don't. I know what to do. I know it's probably on my phone. Oh, come on. This thing too? I thought I would have been logged in already. Oh, one of the dogs is huffing and puffing. Oh, like you wanted to. Oh, he's not. He fell asleep chasing bunnies. That's what he did. Come on, man. I don't. I thought I kept track of everything. Apparently, I didn't. That is a little weird, man. Out of everything I got, that's the one I don't. Oh well. I'll look at it and send it to you, man, through the Twitter thing, if it's on there. But it might be right on the site or something. Or it just might be 25 off, for all I know. Find out. Oh, come on. Pricky. Yeah, whatever. I'll check after. That thing kind of ticked me off on what it's telling me to do. All right. Well, I'll come back. I'll put this thing up and let it sit. I'll be back later. Talk to you guys in a bit.
you on the Mr. Northwoods, I assume you're talking about the MTA, and the MTA disclosure has actually been exceptional. And I can tell you where to find that, but they've actually been tremendous. On a 1 to 10, I'd rate them as a 12. I mean, they've been.
Oh, really?
The story isn't great, but and I can help you with that after the call. But they've been they've gotten their act together with some really good disclosure. But
All right. Everybody see the screen? Give me a thumbs up, Shen, if you can see the screen. Excellent.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So I have written a academic paper with some of my colleagues at Stanford University, Dave Larker, Brian Tyan, and a colleague at Wharton, Bradford Lynch. And the paper is really a fact-based paper about how companies are actually disclosing COVID-19. So, in deliberating or considering policy recommendations, it's important to consider the evidence. And what we're going to try and do here is we're going to try and present evidence across all publicly traded companies about how they are in fact disclosing COVID-related items. Okay. So you can think about this as a data analytics exercise where we are going to go to Edgar. We are going to suck down every 8K, 10Q, and 10K, and then do some text parsing where we look at keywords and how those keywords are mentioned, who's mentioning them, and when they're mentioning them. So not surprisingly, beginning in January, there was very little disclosure. Things pick up in February. Moderna was actually in the news back in January. They were the first one we found to actually disclose COVID, and it was related in a good way because they said they had a promising vaccine technology. Starbucks was a little bit later. They were the first Fortune 100 company, and they disclosed in some sense, some bad information. They basically said that their China operations were being affected by this pandemic at the time. And so by the end of May, we're at 99.6% of companies disclosing these related keywords. Now, there is 4% that is not, and we'll get into why that might be in a bit. So beyond, who's disclosing in 8Ks, 10Qs, and 10Ks, what we wanted to dig into is within a given filing, what's the time series look like? Okay, so within a 10Q, within a 10K, we're going to dig into each one of those filings. We're going to look at where it appears in the 10K and the 10Q. Is it in the risk factors, the business description? And then we're going to do some topic analysis to look at the sentence in the paragraph around each of these items. Okay. And again, keep in mind that this is the entire universe in some sense of publicly traded companies that file with the SEC. So the first thing we want to do is by March, we wanted to look at industry trends in March. And so perhaps not surprisingly, if firms are complying with the disclosure guidelines to disclose material events, what we see is the airlines and the travel industry, they're at a 100% disclosure rate. So almost everyone in those industries has disclosed some effect of COVID as early as March. Whereas if you look towards the bottom of the industries, utilities sort of lagging behind in March, by March, pandemic hadn't really sort of been appreciated yet, financial services and telecommunications. Okay. Now, what's interesting is beyond industry trends and beyond time series, we can look at the topics. So looking at the topics of COVID disclosure from January to May, what we see is that 60% of those disclosures are caveats on forward-looking statements. Well, what is a caveat on a forward-looking statement? So I have an example here of what we mean by a caveat on a forward-looking statement. Certain statements may constitute forward-looking statements within the meaning of federal security laws, blah, 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 legal boilerplate, including but not limited to the outbreak of COVID-19. Now, that is more of a disclaimer as opposed to providing information about how COVID is affecting the company's business operations. So it's important to note when we looked at those trends earlier and we saw we were close to 100%, that includes such boilerplate disclosure. Okay, so we have to dig beyond just looking at does a company mention COVID-19 because they could do it in this boilerplate disclaimer fashion and actually talk about how COVID-19 is affecting operations. So our second most popular topic is cash or liquidity. And so I have an example here of a cash or liquidity disclosure, which is a bit more meaningful. Our key liquidity objective during unprecedented and uncertain times is to prioritize actions that preserve cash. Okay, so as we get into later crises, it becomes clear, okay, maybe we actually need to not just disclaim, but provide information about how the pandemic is associating our liquidity, how it's affecting our sales and revenue, how it's affecting our supply chain, our debt load, our employees, M&A, so on and so forth. And so there was a discussion of, EBITDA, and so there is some discussion of how COVID affects EBIT. Okay, so that's topic. What is interesting about this, and it does speak to companies evolving their disclosures over time, is we can see a change in topics as the pandemic gets much worse. So in the beginning of the pandemic in February, 41% were disclosing supply chain issues. Okay, so this could be a supply chain that runs through China or that runs through Asian companies. But by May, the number one disclosure was the disclaimer on forward-looking statements, and the number two was cash. So cash was not really a concern in the beginning, but as the world learned that this pandemic was not going to be going away very quickly, then there were legitimate concerns about liquidity, legitimate concerns about debt load, about sales, and about employees. So this does speak to the fact that companies are actually changing their disclosure as the situation evolves. Another thing that we've found in the data is that it appears to be again consistent with companies, disclosing information and adverse effects properly, is that there was a correlation between the discussions of COVID. So this is the extensive discussion, the number of mentions, and the reliance on China for a revenue source. So we partition our data based on whether you get more than 10% of your revenue from Chinese operations and less than 10% of your revenue. So this isn't supply chain. This is actual revenue from China, so sales in China. And what we see is we do see more discussion by companies that relied on China for a greater proportion of their revenue in the outset of the crisis by March and April. But now it is pretty much flattened out by May, and if you extended this, it's also flatlined subsequent to that. So then we look at where it's being disclosed. Most of the time, the disclosures are in the risk factors. So that's because the forward-looking disclaimers that I talked about before, which really don't have any depth of information, those are going to appear in the risk factors. We do see some discussion in the actual financial statements themselves in the MD&A. And there's a very few number of companies where they actually change their business models in response to COVID. So if you've been following the news, there have been a few companies that were sort of, just barely limping along before, and COVID has come along and they've rotated their entire business model to be about COVID testing or supplying PPE or hand sanitizer. And so about 5% of companies actually changed the business description in response to COVID. So now the next question is okay, we see these disclosure patterns. These are sort of fact patterns in how companies are using disclosure. Does that mean things are operating well? Are companies actually disclosing the economic impact of COVID in a manner consistent with the Commission's guidance, or should we have additional guidance be provided or additional rules? And one way to think about that is to look at whether companies are disclosing, companies that are experiencing bad news or bad economic shocks have a higher rate of disclosure of those shocks. So what we did is we looked at the performance of companies prior to their disclosure and then the amount that they disclosed. So here what we see is that those that are disclosing COVID effects in March in their 10K and their 10Q performed much worse previously. So over the past 30 days before the filing, they performed about 10% worse than those that made no mention of COVID. Right? And then on an industry adjusted basis, so rather than looking at just raw return, let's just look at how they perform relative to the industry. Those firms that didn't disclose anything about COVID in March were actually at their industry average or slightly above at 2%, whereas the companies that were disclosing COVID were much lower than their industry peers. So this does appear to be some evidence that those companies that are struggling are, as a result of COVID, do appear to be providing more disclosure. So it's not the case that across the economy, firms are hiding bad information in their, by not disclosing it in COVID. At least that's what the data suggests. So now I just want to cover an interesting case study, because the case study is important. It's educational. I think I cover it with some of my students about how to think about rules versus principle-based disclosures with respect to COVID. And as some of the commissioners mentioned earlier in the call, you can extend this logic to ESG disclosure and climate disclosure. And so the case study basically revolves around an industry. So I've taken here, you can see the beverage industry. I have Keurig Dr. Pepper, Monster Beverage, and Fizz, which is National Beverage Company. They make the La Croix sparkling waters that you might have seen in Costco or Whole Foods. And what I've done here is I've plotted the industry trends, the stock prices of each of these companies, so that you can see as a whole that all of these companies are subject to similar economic shocks, right? So there's this economic shock in March. Keurig Dr. Pepper fared much worse than Monster, and all of which are pretty similar, and they're pretty much homogeneous. What's interesting about this is that this is just, I should say, what I'm going to talk about here isn't unique to the beverage industry. But you would think that given that the beverage industry faced similar economic shocks, that there was similar disclosure across these firms. But there was not. Okay, so now let's turn to how these three firms that experienced similar shocks, at least according to their stock prices, had different disclosures. Okay, so the fact that Monster is disclosing in March about its supply chain risk in its 10K and its 8K, and then we basically have Keurig Dr. Pepper picking up with its 8K and 10Q and by May, Monster had 78 to 80 separate discussions of COVID in all of its filings. Keurig Dr. Pepper comes 45 discussions of COVID, but National Beverage Company has 0. They haven't discussed it by the end of May. And so if you scroll this chart forward, the first time that National Beverage discloses something is in their 10K filed in July of 2020. And this is the disclosure. I've excerpted this from their 10K. And it's a forward-looking statement disclosure. There's this pandemic. It could affect things adversely. We're not really sure. So an interesting question is such a disclosure sufficient? Now, not sufficient in a legal sense, but is it sufficient in the sense that this is what we are comfortable with existing disclosure rules promulgated by the SEC prescribing? Or do we want to mandate that companies disclose more than this blanket disclosure? I would also point out that this is actually the only disclosure of COVID by a National Beverage Company through as of yesterday. So if you look at this disclosure and you're thinking that it's insufficient, then what that means is that we do need to actually potentially call for some change in mandatory disclosure rules related to COVID. Now, in considering what those rules or those changes should be, I would urge you to keep in mind the trade-off between what's known as a rules-based disclosure and a principles-based disclosure. A principles-based disclosure is what is the current regulation that says, please disclose adverse events, material events related to COVID. And then it gives companies discretion about what those events are, what materials considered, and how to frame that disclosure. And that's the current regime, and this is sort of the outcome of that regime. Another regime is a rules-based regime that says specifically, please discuss the effect of COVID on employees. Please discuss the effect of COVID on supply chain. It basically mandates very specific types of disclosure. Now, both of those systems can work, but there's a key different ingredient. And in the principles-based disclosure, a key ingredient is robust enforcement. Robust enforcement to basically signal to issuers, we gave you leeway in what you can disclose. We gave you the discretion. We're drawing a line in the sand with our enforcement actions. The following disclosures are inconsistent with principles-based disclosure. And through those enforcement actions, that can alter the principles-based disclosure to get everybody on the same page about what the minimum standards are. But without robust enforcement, there's not going to be any minimum standards set by the commission, and there will be a race to the bottom. And so with rules-based disclosure, enforcement isn't as key, but with principles-based disclosure, which is the current regime, we need robust enforcement to set a lower bound on what's considered acceptable. Thank you very much for inviting me here and for listening to the talk.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your comments. Very insightful, very helpful. I sent a little note in the chat box. If any of the members of the committee have a question, please, write a note in the chat box that you have a question, and we will get to you in order of what people are sending in. So, but that being said, let's open it up for any questions that we've got. If any of our commissioners are still on the line, are there any questions from any one of the commissioners that are still on the line? Okay, hearing none, we've got a question from Jennifer. If you would unmute yourself and ask your question. Anybody else, please put, let me know you have a question in the chat box.
Thank you, Chen. And just a really informative panel. So thank you to all three of you for your comments and coming to meet with the committee today. So I'll put two questions out there. The first is for Sandy. So Sandy, you noted the Commission's suggestions for more forward-looking statements, how important those were in the spring, and just in general during this pandemic time, not only for investors, but for policymakers. And so I'm curious if you have any observations about variations potentially that you saw across firms or types of firms in making those forward-looking statements. And then for Dan, your research is just fascinating, so thank you so much. The case study, I understand that the research technique probably allowed you, because it was a few firms, to really look and read through each of the disclosures. But for some of your other charts, you were speaking across thousands of firms. And so I'm just curious about your technique for identifying. I think you mentioned some firms expressed concerns about COVID, or you spoke about the amount of disclosure that they had. And I'm curious if you were doing the amount by counting across the different sections, or whether you were doing some more textual analytics to determine amount, or whether firms had concerns. Maybe Sandy first.
Sure. I thought that the work that Dan did was really instructive when it came to forward-looking information, in the sense that it talked about most of the reference to forward-looking information was in the caveat, and it was very generic. I think that there hasn't been a lot of the forward-looking information that investors would really like. I understand completely the high degree of uncertainty, and as I said, the sort of episodic nature and the unknown of what that roller coaster looks like, and management's concern about it. I think that the reality, though, is that investors are going to make assumptions about the future, and that companies are well served to provide that guidance. I get that. And I don't use, when I use the term guidance there, I don't use it in the, traditional way. I mean, a view of the future. And what they see. There was lots of discussion on calls that was clear that companies were doing scenarios, but not a lot of discussion of what those scenarios actually yielded. And in fact, one analyst asked and they were told, no, we're not going to share those, right? But the reality of it is that as things occurred during the year, investors are going to make estimates about the behavior of the revenue and expenses and produce their own estimates of what they think those are. And that I think it's useful for companies to give a consideration to that. I think, as I said before, the conversations within some of the earnings calls, while they talked about the current effects, and they aren't necessarily forward-looking information, they have insight into the behavior of the revenues and expenses that investors were using to make their assumptions. So I don't think that it was all out there. But one other thing I would say, too, is that I didn't see within the financial statements, particularly when it comes to things like goodwill or long-term contracts, inherently, there are assumptions built into those that give you a reflection of what management thinks. And I didn't see that those markedly changed, even though the effects could be quite dramatic. So hopefully that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Yeah. So to your question, Jennifer, there's both let's call it a naive model and a more sophisticated model for the topic analysis. The naive model is, as you correctly pointed out, it's a simple count. How many times did certain words like COVID, hand sanitizer, PPE, pandemic, epidemic face mask, how many times did those show up? That's kind of what we would call the naive model, as it's a simple count. And what we found is that does seem to correlate with the amount of, number of sentences and number of paragraphs on each topic. The more sophisticated model looks at within those paragraphs that mention one of those keywords, you can do a topic analysis of what is the actual, what nouns and what subjects appear to keep being used. And so that's where when we got into the actual content, is it forward-looking? Is it supply chain? Is it earnings? Is it cash, liquidity, and debt? And so there, in the more sophisticated model, we do something more than a simple count. We're actually letting the data speak to what the topics are. And for those, I know we're being webcast. For those of you who are really geeky into natural language processing, the paper's on, it's up there on the internet, and you can read all about the technical details. But I will save the commission me geeking out about those technical details.
All right.
Thanks, Dan. That's helpful.
Let's go next to Paul Mahoney. Paul, go ahead.
So this question is mostly for Professor Taylor, but I'm certainly happy to hear from other panelists as well. So if I'm an investor during the period of your study, I'm of course being bombarded with what we might call systematic information about systematic risks associated with COVID, the daily numbers of infections and hospitalizations and so on, all of the data that we were receiving or information we were receiving about potential vaccines, potential treatments, et cetera. And then, of course, we have the kind of firm-specific information that's coming in the 10Ks and 10Qs. And I guess from a policy perspective, I'm interested in knowing the relative importance of the two. And I guess I'd be interested if you've looked at all at the sort of stock price reactions to COVID, sort of firm specific disclosures and how those sort of compare to other types of firm specific disclosures.
I think that's a good framework, Paul, for thinking about it in terms of there is some systematic shock, the COVID pandemic, and then there is a firm component or a firm response. But something to keep in mind is that when we often think of a firm response, we think of something that's idiosyncratic, that's unique to the firm. But what we see in the market responses and the stock prices is that, and the disclosures, is that it's providing information about the sensitivity of the firm to the macroeconomic pandemic. So, if I don't want to go back to Finance 101, but if you can think about like a beta or some exposure to a macro factor, that's what these disclosures are effectively telling investors. They're telling what's our exposure to this macro shock, and we do see, from the stock price data, at least in the study, that it does appear to be that firms that are more exposed tend to be doing more disclosure.
Okay. Paul, did you have anything else? Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Christopher. You had a question for Brian.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick question clarifying something Brian Hall said. Brian, you mentioned early in your remarks, you referred to communications with shareholders about COVID. Just seeking to clarify whether those were sort of unusual, out of the ordinary communications reflecting a heightened awareness and a heightened concern from shareholders, or whether these were just mentions in your routine quarterly calls and so forth.
Yeah, I would say it's across the board. We certainly had to focus our efforts on addressing the things that we believe that were relevant to the investors and putting that in our normal disclosures, whether it be on our quarterly releases and our SEC filings, et cetera. But the research coverage side, which we have a number of kind of niche research groups that really concentrate on recreational vehicles, as an example, we certainly had a much more heightened conversations with them over the really. I mean, it started at the beginning of the year and it exists today. Because if you just think about the products and the things that we're selling, they're consumer discretionary products. I think intuitively, everyone would have initially thought that these things aren't going to respond the way that they did. So there was a much more aggressive push from investors and research side. And we were engaged in a lot of conversations and then trying to accumulate that information and put it into our regular disclosures as much as we could. But it's really across the board, I would say. And that continues today because there's certainly, everyone's still challenged with understanding why this is happening and, how much risk still remains. And as soon as there's a vaccine, as an example, does it all go away? So those are the types of things that we still deal with today.
So if I understood you correctly, what you're saying is not only was there a lot of Q&A on your regular quarterly updates, but you were actually getting inbound calls during the course of the quarter for people who are trying to update their models.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Excellent. We'll go next to Ted Daniels has a question.
Yes, my question was for Ms. Peters. You mentioned goodwill impairments and asset impairments. That's sort of new to me. And then how do you think that would impact the shareholder value if it's not disclosed?
Well, I think what currently there's the big debate about the FASB going back to amortization versus sticking with impairment, and we have actually done a survey that's yet to be released that asks what investors think of that. And I think that what's interesting is that there's a clear indication by investors that impairment is a useful bit of information with respect to the performance of the business and the assumptions inherent in the business as management sees it. So they see impairment as an important signaling device. So many people talk about, well, impairment is added back, so, it's not important, just like amortization is added back. Well, they're only added back because they aren't cash today. They are cash that went out and hasn't turned out to be as was expected in prior periods. So the interesting part of a lack of impairment disclosure in this market is that business must not be that bad, or they perceive it as being very short-lived, or they're looking at, some people, I always find it ironic that people look at their own share price and say, well, look at the market seemingly must know more about the company than I do. So I shouldn't impair it because look at the high stock price, right? And that's sort of ironic given the company has so much more information. So impairment is a useful indicator of what management's expectations are of the performance of the business. In putting the assets, if you go down the list of all of the assets, goodwill is more of a holistic on the businesses that have been acquired. Rent is sort of the right of use asset on leases is an interesting one given all we've heard about what's happening with retailers. If you look at about $1 billion that's been written off this year, about a third of it is one retailer, but I was surprised when pointed in that direction by how few retailers were actually in there. And that should tell you something about their business. But I think what you are seeing is in the broader category of asset impairments, say in the context of oil and gas, that there is, in the first quarter, there were lots of impairments. And right now you're seeing that there is sort of a capitulation that there needs to be a write down of these. They aren't worth what we thought they were worth. So they are an important signaling device for investors about what management sees as the cash flow prospects of the business and the entity or the asset, sorry.
They should be regularly disclosed.
I'm sorry, it cut out.
So do you think they should be regularly disclosed, impairments be regularly disclosed?
Well, I think the issue is the key issue on impairments is that management takes them too late. They're too optimistic, and that the market generally takes them before management does. But it's still important to look at them and to look at the assumptions that are being made and the timing of them and actually what it's saying. You can actually learn a lot about the timing of impairments, about the behavior of management and how willing they are to admit where things stand.
Excellent. Let's go next to Heidi Stam.
Hi, thank you, everybody. This was really an excellent panel. You know, we set out to understand, sort of what are the lessons learned from this, from the coronavirus pandemic, and you all really, I think, very thoughtfully put forth your observations, which are really interesting and I think very well coordinated. You sort of built on each other. We've actually been in an actual laboratory of disclosure, and I think you've all made use of that. I am particularly taken with Professor Taylor's research and presentation of the information because to me that raises the key question for the commission and also for us, as we think about what's best for investors, which is there's an incredible tension between principles-based disclosure and specific rules-based mandates. And I appreciate very well that Professor Taylor asked the question, should we mandate more specific disclosure in light of this live laboratory experience that we're in the middle of, or should we look to more principles-based disclosure and look to enforcement to help us with that? I think all panelists recognize that disclosure is helpful when it is specific to the issuer, and it really is the most meaningful there. So I guess I would ask each of the panelists their views on whether there are specific recommendations that any of you think we should be thinking about in terms of either improving our rules-based approach to these issues or a more principles-based and enforcement-oriented approach. And I would ask Professor Taylor to jump in first, in fairness.
Okay, I'm happy to jump in. Thank you, Heidi, for the question. I do think you kind of nicely summarized the central tension, both for the committee and for the commission as a whole, as it goes forward on this particular disclosure issue and on others. Another thing to keep in mind when making this decision between rules-based and principles-based is, has COVID affected the SEC's enforcement capability? At least the evidence that I have seen has suggested the answer is yes. And so if you're in a world where, for whatever reason, budget constraints, some sort of natural disaster, pandemic reduces enforcement capability, then that potentially might want to be taken into account when weighing rules-based versus principles-based. I have normative beliefs about which one would work better, but that's also informed by sort of, it's not, we can agree what the facts are, evidence-based policymaking, and then interpret the facts very differently. I personally would like to see a more robust enforcement of existing principles-based disclosure. In my opinion, and the data bears this out, at least that I've looked at, the enforcement of financial issuer disclosure, accounting fraud, has fallen, not just under COVID, but it was on a downward trend before. And so, my inclination is to suggest principles-based, but then beef up the enforcement capability sort of beyond. My recommendation would be beyond where it's ever been before. But that requires more. Everything here is a political decision, has to go through a political process. But my assessment is that there has been a if SEC enforcement, they put out their annual report, they have done a great job at bringing in record hauls of money and settlements and whistleblowing payouts. But I do think that there's a lot of opportunity here for additional enforcement to sort of strengthen and say, look, this is what we meant by principles-based. This is not what we meant. But that's more of my opinion and assessment than it is based on facts.
Thank you. That was very helpful. If anybody else would like to comment, I'd be interested also in hearing those views.
Yeah, this is Sandy. I would like to comment because Professor Taylor's last slide in question about enforcement was actually, I thought, an excellent point in question, and something that we like a balance between rules and principles. It's hard to create a rule about COVID-19 when we didn't know that it was going to happen. But I think that there's a blend there, and I think that the SEC. I think that rules around business and management discussion and analysis and the like necessarily have to be, to a degree, principles-based. I think that the commission did a nice job of explaining what they expected in a forward-looking way from companies in the guidance that was provided. And I thought that was an excellent scenario situation. And it does those also in the context of like Dear CFO letters. But I think the one thing that was missing and is missing is that the SEC came out and said, this is what we think you should do. But they didn't come out and say, okay, so we've looked at first and second quarter, and here's some, without using company names, because I'm not into the naming and shaming per se, but did we get what we hoped for? And how do we nudge a little bit more into the context of forward-looking information, impairments? I think more of a assessment of where things stood and what could be better, because I know that they're looking at it, would be helpful to get a result that reduces the need for enforcement. And I think that my comments around CorpFin looking at things are that this is a period where they're going to have to look closely, and they're going to have to understand the business, and they're going to have to understand this event, how it runs through the business, how it correlates to the risk factors, and whether or not the company did a good job of explaining it. And I think that effect is actually not just this year, but will linger for the next year or two, as this happens and continues on in 2021, and as this becomes a reference year. So I don't think I mentioned that one of our concerns was, these are quarters when companies throw in the kitchen sink, or these are years when companies throw in the kitchen sink of items. So for
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Nick. Did you say that we're live now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we're ready to start our afternoon session for the Investor Advisory Committee meeting. Before we get to the second panel, Adam, I think we had some changes for the roll call. So I understand that Joanne Yu has joined us and Sandy Peters had to drop off. Are you able to make those changes to the roll call, Adam?
Not a problem. I've made those changes. Thank you, Jennifer.
Great. Thank you. Well, I'm going to pass the baton then to Paul Mahoney, who's going to moderate our afternoon panel on COVID-19 implications for the next proxy season.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. We have a wonderful set of panelists. I will introduce them briefly in the order in which they will speak. First, Matt DiGiuseppe, who is the Vice President of the Asset Stewardship Team for State Street Global Advisors. In that role, his team is responsible for developing and implementing the firm's global proxy voting policies. He also serves as a member of State Street Global Advisors Global Proxy Review Committee. We also have Professor Colleen Honigsberg from Stanford Law School. Professor Honigsberg is trained in both law and accounting. She has worked as an accountant for PricewaterhouseCoopers and served as a senior economic research fellow with the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. I can also say as a fellow academic that she has done really outstanding work at the intersection of law, accounting, and finance. And then finally, Darla Stuckey, who is the president and CEO of the Society for Corporate Governance. Before that, she served as Senior Assistant Secretary at American Express and also was the Corporate Secretary at the New York Stock Exchange. So we have panelists with a remarkable array of experience and knowledge, and I look forward to hearing them. They will speak for about 10 minutes. If I could ask IAC members, it seemed that the chat function worked pretty well in our last session. So if you have, if you want to ask a question, just put that in the chat, and we will get to you. And I will turn it over to Matt.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks, Paul. As Paul mentioned, my name is Matt DiGiuseppe, and I'm a member of the State Street Global Advisors Asset Stewardship Team. And before I get deep into it, I'll just look for a nod from someone that you can hear me okay. Excellent. I'm seeing nods. Yes. State Street Global Advisors is the investment management arm of State Street Corporation. With approximately $3 trillion in assets under management, SSGA is the world's third largest asset manager. As a fiduciary, State Street Global Advisors must act in the best interest of our clients, an obligation that extends to the stewardship activity we undertake on our clients' behalf. As a long-term investor in more than 10,000 public companies across the world, State Street Global Advisors believes that asset stewardship is an important tool in driving long-term shareholder value for our clients. Today, I'm going to discuss our views on executive compensation for the upcoming 2021 proxy season. I'll begin by providing an overview of some of the challenges that we believe companies will face. Next, I'll provide a set of expectations that we've laid out for companies to support our informed voting in the current environment. And then finally, I'll discuss some actions related to long-term equity grants that we hope companies will avoid. Executive compensation is a perennial engagement topic for our team, driven both by the annual vote that we're familiar with and the deep connection to a company's strategy. We believe that executive compensation presents both risks, creating potentially perverse incentives, as well as opportunities. And when structured appropriately, exec comp can be well aligned with the operational goals and shareholder results. However, executive compensation is receiving elevated attention because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Directly, the economic fallout from the pandemic could render many compensation-linked performance targets simply unattainable. Indirectly, the pandemic highlighted many aspects of executive compensation that cannot be captured quantitatively. As such, many of the best-laid plans to align executive compensation performance may be muted as we reach the end of the calendar year. Further complicating the issue is that the impact of COVID-19 is not uniform across businesses. Some boards will need to consider the applicability of an executive's performance against predefined goals, as well as the relevance of executives' decisions to pursue layoffs, furloughs, and other extreme cost-cutting measures in the face of a crisis. Conversely, other boards may need to weigh dramatically improved near-term performance against the sustainability of such results in a post-pandemic world. In other cases, boards may need to look closely at any adjustments to performance measures to account for the unusual circumstances they face. We recognize that it's common for companies to use non-GAAP metrics to assess performance, and it's also reasonable to expect that this practice may increase along with the use of discretion by the board. For instance, there is no GAAP measure for performance during a crisis. However, simply relying on the same set of adjustments to financial measures that have always been used, such as the backing out of the impact of extraordinary events, like, say, a government-mandated shutdown of the business, without attention and consideration to the magnitude of the adjustments, could result in executive compensation outcomes that do not match the experiences of the broader employee base. Which brings me to my second topic today, disclosure matters. Because the pandemic means that most companies will find themselves in unique circumstances, we intend to rely on our case-by-case approach to voting on executive compensation, evaluating each board's decisions and the specific circumstances of each company. As such, enhanced disclosure of the board's decision-making process will be key to our evaluation and voting. We'll continue to expect clear, concise, plain English disclosure of executive compensation and how it's aligned with the company's strategy. And where boards elect to use discretion in making award determinations, we'll focus on the disclosure and narrative describing the board's decision-making process. We've always asked our portfolio companies to use discretion in their compensation programs. However, as the proportion of pay awarded based on qualitative or discretionary assessments increases, so do our expectations for detailed disclosure. And we anticipate heightened investor scrutiny around such discretionary decisions because of the pandemic and the breadth of companies that have been impacted. That said, a well-executed discretionary element of the annual bonus program provides an opportunity to communicate how a company has performed on non-financial priorities that are foundational to the strategy. The compensation discussion and analysis portion of the proxy is an important opportunity for companies to communicate with their shareholders about the short and long-term performance priorities. This form of communication is only elevated and become even more important when a company has pulled its financial guidance, as many have. Further, we hope companies will include the following sort of details in their disclosure. As I've said, first and foremost, a deep explicit alignment between the compensation program and the current strategy. A well-structured compensation program should be an extension of the strategy that rewards executives for successful execution. We also would like to see clear disclosure of performance against expectations, including how and why expectations may have changed materially in reaction to the pandemic, and how payout opportunities have been adjusted alongside changes in performance expectations. For instance, were target payouts lowered to match lowered expectations, or were payouts capped because of lowered performance targets? And finally, we really want to understand how executive compensation decisions, including the adjustments to performance goals, align with changes to compensation at the company more broadly, including potentially layoffs and furloughs. To this point, my comments have largely focused on short-term performance considerations as they relate to executive compensation. I'd like to spend a moment discussing long-term equity compensation, which has also received significant attention because of market volatility. This is not surprising, as equity compensation represents an increasing larger proportion of executive pay. Shareholders may allow the dilution and expense of equity grants in order to more closely align executives and employees with the shareholder interests over the long term. And though the impact of COVID-19 is currently short-term, although it may feel like 5 years, it hasn't even been a full year yet, we already have observed companies taking actions with respect to their long-term compensation programs. And so it's worthwhile sort of stating the things that we would like companies to avoid. Those include making retention awards that do not have a longer vesting period than the company's normal equity grants. That's not to say that attraction and retention are not key aspects of any compensation program. However, as companies are thinking about special retention grants, we'd like them to consider that they have sufficiently long vesting periods to benefit shareholders. Replacing or replacing underwater options, or making grants to replace options that expired out of the money this spring would also be something that we'd like companies to think about. And finally, timing off-cycle equity grants to the bottom of the market, or changing equity structures, such as increasing the proportion of stock options to take advantage of volatility, are things that will attract a critical eye. However, at the end of the day, we share a common goal with our portfolio companies: seeking long-term returns. We recognize that compensation committees and boards will have to make many difficult decisions in the coming months. Many of our concerns can be addressed, as I've said, through clear, fulsome disclosure, and engagement is always an option for us when we discuss the most complicated cases. At State Street Global Advisors, we seek to be transparent with our views. And absent direct engagement, there are also substantial resources available on the asset stewardship section of the ssga.com website. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have following the presentations of my other panelists.
Matt, thank you very much. Colleen?
So I think I'm going to follow Matt, and can I make sure that you guys can hear me? Could somebody nod? maybe can anyone hear me? If so, would you be able to nod? Yes. Okay, great. So with that in mind, so thank you very much for inviting me to present here today. Really excited, and I hope that what I have to say is actually helpful. So I think Nick is going to put my PowerPoint presentation up. So Nick, thank you very much, and then to the next. As Paul mentioned, I'm
Without objection. So, Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I feel I need to respond to the meltdown on the Republican side. You know, as a distinguished minority leader knows, House Democrats have sent two major coronavirus relief bills over to the Senate. Sadly, those bills have been gathering dust on Mitch McConnell's desk. He has refused to schedule a vote and a debate on those bills. But the good news is that today, at 12:25, we find out that Leader McConnell and Speaker Pelosi have spoken about their shared commitment to completing an omnibus and COVID relief package as soon as possible. I think that is good news. You know, we can walk and chew gum at the same time in this democratically controlled House of Representatives. That means we need to deal with only passing an omnibus bill and a COVID relief bill, but we have other work that needs to be done as well. You know, I find it curious, Mr. Speaker, that the bill the minority leader objected to is a bill that deals with the unequal enforcement of our drug laws, where people are treated differently and more negatively because of the color of their skin. Really? My distinguished Republican friend did not object to any of the bills we are bringing up today, sponsored by Republicans, 5 different bills, but he chose to object to a bill that is addressing the issue of racial justice. Now, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because it is consistent with the attitudes that come out of this White House. But it also makes clear to me that the Republican Party is no longer the party of Lincoln. It is the party of some of the most intolerant voices on the right wing and those who dabble in conspiracy theories. It really is sad. You know, the Republicans made a motion that the House be now adjourned to highlight the fact that we are able to vote remotely in this chamber in the midst of a pandemic. The leader said that nearly a third of the Democratic caucus didn't vote yesterday, which, by the way, they did, because we do have responsible voting rules in place in the middle of this pandemic. But then, get this, everybody, but then, right after saying that, 95% of the Republican conference didn't even show up to vote. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. They didn't vote in person. They didn't vote remotely. Nothing. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I don't think the strategy was very well thought through. Now, the distinguished minority leader is puzzled why we have passed rules that allow people to vote remotely during this pandemic. I have a news flash for him. Close to 275,000 people are dead. We have colleagues, both Democratic colleagues and Republican colleagues, who have been infected by this virus. And while many Republicans are rushing to attend maskless super spreader Christmas parties at the White House, we in the Democratic majority are following the guidelines by the attending physician at the Capitol, the CDC, by Dr. Fauci, by every reputable medical expert in the world. You know, operating remotely during the pandemic, I want to tell my friend, is not radical. It's not unique. It's not unprecedented or lazy. It's responsible. It's constitutional. The Supreme Court is working remotely. As our legislatures around the country and around the world. We are doing this because it is convenient, Mr. Speaker. We are doing it because it is necessary. And we are doing it because we want to save lives. So we invite
There are two summaries for HR 3880.
Responsible and to understand why these rules are so incredibly important. And maybe set an example for others in this country, especially those who operate on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1244, providing for the consideration of HR 3884, the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the committee and the judiciary. It self-executes and manages amendment by Chairman Nadler, and provides for one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to continue our effort to reform our nation's failed approach to the war on drugs, to put racial justice at the heart of our nation's federal cannabis policy, and to make restorative justice a reality for so many Americans. This is what the public has demanded for so long, that Congress address the broken status quo that allows the color of someone's skin to dictate the repercussions of their actions.
There is one summary for HRS 12.
This accounts for over half of all drug arrests in our country. Half.
There is one summary for
Small amounts, not for selling or manufacturing anything. That's bad enough. But today in America, you are nearly 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis if you're black. Communities of color use cannabis at roughly the same rate as their white counterparts. But if you look like me, Mr. Speaker, you are far less likely to face the same penalties. I'm not okay with that, and nobody should be. I'm not okay with the system that treats those who have been convicted of minor cannabis offenses like they're some kind of drug kingpin. And I'm not okay with a system that sends people to prison for cannabis-related offenses, even in states where recreational cannabis use has been legalized. To do nothing about this is intolerable. And to pretend like this is a problem for communities of color to solve alone is inexcusable. America's failed war on drugs helped create this problem. It will take a national, holistic approach to resolve it. H.R. 3884 represents a major step forward. It complements other bipartisan criminal justice reform bills passed in this Congress and in the 115th Congress. This underlying bill removes cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act, decriminalizing it at the federal level so states can set their own laws. It also puts a process in place to expunge convictions made in federal courts and establishes services to help those convicted of cannabis-related crimes whose lives have been harmed by the war on drugs, because no lives should be destroyed by this failed policy. Finally, this bill also makes small business administration funding available for legitimate cannabis-related businesses while helping ensure people of color can participate in this thriving industry. This is what beginning to reverse the failed war on drugs looks like, Mr. Speaker. It is a testament to all those who have fought for a fresh and more effective approach year after year after year. Now, I've worked side by side with many of them in this effort since I was first elected to Congress back in 1996. And for so long, we were told the same thing. We were told to wait, to wait, to wait. Well, cannabis-related amendments couldn't even get a fair fight in this war under the prior Republican Congresses. Not a single one was ever made in order in 112th, 113th, or 114th Congresses. Not one. You bring no bill to the floor related to cannabis. The only one made in order last Congress was an amendment to eradicate illegal grow operations.
The prior Republican Congresses. Not a single one was ever made in order in the 112th, 113th, or 114th Congresses. Not one. You could bring no bill to the floor related to cannabis. The only one made in order last Congress was an amendment to eradicate illegal grow operations on the National Forest System land. Congress has stood idly by for too long as communities of color in particular were being torn apart. This majority, Mr. Speaker, is committed to doing something about it. The House has debated more amendments on cannabis policy last year than it did during my entire 20 years in Congress. And now we are moving forward with the most sweeping reform, one of the most sweeping reforms in generations. This is what a more responsive Congress looks like. Now, some, particularly on the other side, have wondered, why are we moving forward with these reforms now? We must soon fund the government. We must soon fund the government for the next fiscal year and pass the annual defense bill. We are also trying to prod the Senate to get serious about a true COVID relief bill. And again, as I said earlier, we have a little bit of hopeful news. based on the conversation between the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader. We have a lot to do in the waning days of this Congress, and I get that. But the answer is simple. This is not an either-or proposition. Congress, as I said before, can walk and chew gum at the same time. A recent survey found that nearly 60% of Americans support this underlying bill. That includes a majority of both Democrats and Republicans. The facts are clear, and the public wants Congress to act. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I think it is time for us to take a stand, to stand for restorative justice, to stand for racial justice, to stand for criminal justice reform, and to stand with the majority of Americans demanding reforms to our nation's cannabis policy. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and appreciate my friend from Massachusetts yielding me the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, this may well be the last rule I do down here on the floor of the House, and I was sad when Susan was reading from the rule, because I've gotten to do some humdingers of rules down here. We've done some serious legislating in the 10 years I've been in Congress. We've done some serious rulemaking in the 2 years that Mr. McGovern has been chairman of the Rules Committee. And you can always tell when we've been burning the midnight oil in the Rules Committee, because the rule will take a good 7, 8, 9 minutes to read here on the floor of the House. Why? Because getting good legislation done is a complicated, difficult thing to do. It involves a lot of give and take. It involves a lot of voices at the table, and it involves a lot of time in the Rules Committee to make that happen. Mr. Speaker, we're down here today surrounded by Purell wipes and hand sanitizer and social distancing, and we're not here to talk about that COVID package that my friend from Massachusetts referenced. We're here to sadly participate in what has become a theme in this Congress, and that is folks will have the germ of a wonderful idea on the Democratic side of the aisle. They will nurture that idea in their Democratic caucus. They will put together all of the parts of that idea they believe need to come together in their Democratic caucus, and then we will come to the House floor and we will pass that idea with Democratic votes, and then we will be vexed, truly vexed, about why that idea goes to the United States Senate and dies. I say truly vexed, Mr. Speaker. I've been here a long time. We've seen this happen in leadership of both parties. No, when you put together an idea all by yourself, when you don't take the time to get all the voices in the room together, when you don't take the time to build the strategic partnerships, good ideas do die. Sometimes it's on the way to the other chamber, sometimes it's in conference, sometimes it's on the president's desk. We had numerous amendments offered to this bill. None but the manager's amendment were made in order. We had Republican advocates for many of the provisions in this bill speak of the opportunity to do something together, but that those opportunities were missed along the road in the Judiciary Committee. I take my friend from Massachusetts' comments to heart when he is so enthusiastic by a conversation that our Speaker has had with the Majority Leader in the Senate. I, too, am excited about that because talking about what we have done all by ourselves in a partisan way doesn't lead to positive outcomes for my constituency. Our leadership in the democratically led House, getting together with the leadership in the Senate, the Republican-led Senate, that kind of bipartisan partnership does lead to good outcomes for our constituents back home. And I'm hopeful that we will be able to see that come to fruition. Today, however, we do not have the COVID package. We have the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act. Mr. Speaker, I have long said that we needed to have a bill like this on the floor of the House. My friend from Massachusetts tells me we've debated more marijuana amendments in the past 2 years than we have in the past 20 years. I take him at his word that that's true. I don't think this is a topic that we've not been spending enough time on. I think it's a topic that has received more than its fair share of attention in this Congress. The racial equities that my friend talks about deserve better than to be part of a partisan package that goes nowhere. The generational disparities that my friend from Massachusetts talks about deserve better than to be part of a package that has been cobbled together for the floor rather than built together for the president's desk. I agree with absolutely every heartfelt comment my friend from Massachusetts shared. From the time being now to the opportunities that have been wasted, to the inability to have these discussions when we need to, and the ability that we have had recently to have them more. And so to have all of that truth there to be wasted on a December 3rd package that will not be moving anywhere, I would say to my friend, I believe hurts me as much as I know it will hurt him. He does not go through these efforts to simply be a part of the motion. He goes through these efforts because he believes in the goal, and I regret that this appears to be another messaging exercise in front of us today. NDAA, Mr. Speaker, National Defense Authorization Act, a bill that we have come together as Republicans, Democrats to speak with one voice on for over 60 years, still hangs out there. It needs to be done this year. Funding of the federal government, not just because of all the healthcare items, but because of those more mundane items, from transportation to education to our veterans. All of those dollars need to be provided. Reauthorization of program after program, like the United States Coast Guard, for example. We have priority after priority after priority that this House still has left to accomplish, not in a partisan way, but in a unified way that can move through the United States Senate and on to the president's desk. I know we're going to get to these priorities, but it is not without some frustration that I find myself on the floor here, again, talking about bills that will not be on their way to the president's desk. Find myself talking in a disappointed tone with my friend from Massachusetts about opportunities that we have to make a difference for families, but opportunities that are going to be missed because of the way we've crafted it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to defeat this rule and give us a chance to do better. In the absence of that, also we'll have an opportunity to defeat the previous question and bring up some of those COVID packages that really can make a difference for our friends back home. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes. I'm Pennsylvania. Oh, Massachusetts.
Thank you. Like my colleague, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee from Georgia, I too hope that the renewed interest in both houses in passing COVID relief yields fruit sooner rather than later. It does require that the Senate make it a priority, and I have been advised that the Senate's priority this afternoon once again is confirming another conservative judge. So we'll both have to hold out hope as we move forward. But I'm here today pleased to rise in support of today's rule and the underlying legislation, the MORE Act. Mr. Speaker, it becomes clearer by the day that the time is long overdue for the federal government to bring its marijuana policy into the 21st century. The current approach has failed our youth, failed to stem more harmful drug usage, and most notably has failed communities of color across the United States. That's because when it comes to marijuana, there are two justice systems in the United States: a gentler, more understanding system, mostly available to white Americans, and a punitive, less forgiving system primarily enforced against Black and brown Americans. This isn't justice. This is not who we must be as a nation. Thousands of people, mostly younger Black and brown men, remain incarcerated, while a growing number of states, including Pennsylvania, have decriminalized and legalized marijuana for medicinal and recreational use. The question is no longer whether we're living in a world, if we will legalize cannabis. States across the country are leading the way and demonstrating how to safely, responsibly, and effectively regulate cannabis for medicinal and recreational use. The MORE Act will decriminalize marijuana by removing it from the Controlled Substances Act and apply retroactively to prior and pending marijuana-related convictions. The bill will also require federal courts to expunge prior convictions and require courts to consider resentencing hearings for those still under supervision. The MORE Act will not fix all of the injustices caused by the obsolete and ineffective approach of the federal government towards cannabis, but it is a good and long overdue start. I urge all of my colleagues to side with justice and side with common sense to support this rule and the underlying legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to yield to one of our former colleagues on the House Budget Committee, currently the leader of the Republican side of the House Rules Committee, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. Such time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my very good friend from Georgia for yielding. Normally when I come down to this floor, it's to debate the rule with my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, and it's to disagree with the legislation in many cases, and at least that's true. I'm opposed to the rule and opposed to the underlying legislation. But the real purpose, Mr. Speaker, that I'm here today is something that my friend from Georgia referred to all too fleetingly in his opening comments, and that's that this may be his last appearance managing a rule on the floor of the House. Now, I've had the good fortune to serve in Congress throughout my friend's distinguished 10-year career. We served, as he said, on the Budget Committee together. We've had the opportunity to serve in both the majority and the minority on the Rules Committee together. I was very proud to be a member of the Republican Study Committee, still am, during his tenure as our chairman. And I have to say, probably something that my good friend, the chairman, will agree with. We regret very much that my friend has made the decision to leave Congress and go pursue, and I'm sure successfully, other things. And we regret it because Rob Woodall has been, throughout his 10 years, a member's member. A person who I have never heard say one ill word about anyone on either side, even while vigorously disagreeing. That person, a person who has made us proud with the civility and the decency with which he's conducted his office and discharged his duties. Somebody that I think everyone on the Rules Committee not only likes and admires, but considers an invaluable part of the Rules Committee, because he manages to make his points and bring out the best in our committee, and again, do so in a way that is always civil, that is always appropriate, and frankly is quite often humorous and diffuses difficult situations. If we had more members in the United States House of Representatives like Rob Woodall, we would be a better body than we are. And I think both sides would agree on that. He knows how to conduct debate and argument. He knows the process. He knows how to make things work through the process in a civil manner. I've seen him do it in the majority. I've seen him do it in the minority. I could not be prouder of him and the service that he's rendered to this institution. I could not be, frankly, sorrier about losing a colleague who I think has contributed each and every day. You know, Rob was the chief of staff before he came here to one of our predecessors, John Lingle, who also was a member of the Rules Committee. So he came to this committee really understanding how it worked, much like the chairman, who had a very similar career pattern himself, working as a staffer, then coming on, and now obviously rising to the preeminent position on the committee as our distinguished chairman. And he's seen a lot of members work through this process as well, just as I have. And I suspect he values my friend, even though he's on the other side, as deeply as I do. So I just want to say for the record, Rob, we are going to miss you. We're going to miss you on the committee, but much more importantly, this institution is going to miss you. It's going to miss your civility. It's going to miss your decency. It's going to miss your industry. It's going to miss the manner in which you represent all of us to your constituents, and frankly, when you speak on this floor, to the people of the United States of America. You have every reason to be proud of the career that you've built here in their 10 years. But you could never be as proud of your career as all of us are of you and the manner in which you've conducted yourself. So, my friend, this may be the last rule, although I got to tell you, if I can sneak you in one more time, I would. It's like, we're losing, I think, our best pitcher. And if I can find one more game to stick him in, believe me, I will. But I want to tell you how much I admire you, how much I like you, how much I revere your career, how much I will miss you as a member and a friend. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
So I want to associate myself with the remarks of the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Cole. We are going to miss you, Rob, and this may be my final opportunity to be able to yield to you during a rules debate. The end of Congress is obviously rapidly approaching, and you have decided to retire from Congress after a very distinguished career. But, we have spent countless hours not only up on the Rules Committee, but together on this floor, debating many contentious issues. And my distinguished friend from Georgia is always very focused, and he is always right on message. And he is really quite impressive. Every once in a while, my mother watches these proceedings, and she'll always say, that Woodall guy, he's a very good debater. And I always said, well, what about me? You have anything nice to say about your son? But the bottom line is, I've had some of my best fights with you, and we've disagreed on a lot of issues, but we've disagreed without being disagreeable. And the Rules Committee has to deal with a lot of contentious issues. We have dealt with our share of contentious issues in this last Congress. But I have really taken great comfort and great inspiration by the example of you, Mr. Woodall, and Mr. Cole, and others who understand the incredible nature and the incredible majesty of this institution that we get to serve in. And so even amongst these contentious debates, you have never, ever, drawn us down. It's always been, in a way that is respectful and that honors your convictions and your beliefs. We have been together early in the morning. We have been together in the middle of the afternoon, late at night. We meet a lot in the Rules Committee. But Mr. Woodall's good nature and his sense of humor, whether it's intentional or unintentional, makes it a little bit more interesting. And I dare say it makes it a lot more fun. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the many years of distinguished service, both your near-decade service as a member of Congress, and before that, as Mr. Cole pointed out, your service working for Congressman John Linder, who was also on the Rules Committee. And you have brought with you some incredible people as well. I see your longtime Rules staffer, Janet Rossi, on the floor here today. And I want to thank, she's here to honor your service as well as the others who are here today. And I just want to thank her for all of her work in the Rules Committee as well over these years. I always think it's really hard to be a staff member and work for us on the Rules Committee because you got to listen to all of us go on forever and ever and ever. But let me just close with this, and that is, I think, you and I have come from different parts of the country, and we have very different points of view on our politics. But to me, politics should be about conviction, not about political opportunism or flip-flopping with whatever way the prevailing winds are going. And I've always admired about you is that you feel strongly about what you believe in. You know what you believe in, and you fight for your convictions, whether it's popular or not popular. And I agree with Mr. Cole when he said that this institution would be better served if we had more members like you. And so I want to say thank you. Next time I hope you come by the Rules Committee. Next time you're in, when you come back to Washington, and maybe if I get lost and I'm in Georgia, I'll stop by your farm and we can we can reminisce. But in any event, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts as chair of the Rules Committee, and I collectively thank the Rules Committee for its diligent work on the MORE Act, and that is H.R. 3884. Let me as well thank Jerry Nadler, chairman of Judiciary, for his great work, and of course, two outstanding members, Barbara Lee and Earl Blumenauer, for their consistent and persistent determination. This morning, I spoke to a representative of the law enforcement community, and I indicated to him that we were about to move forward on decriminalizing marijuana at the federal level, eliminating federally the criminalization of marijuana and cannabis. I indicated that it was not to undermine law enforcement, and not to promote drug use, but in essence to bring about justice and to provide for the right kind of roadway for what over a majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats, want. It's an important legislative initiative. It provides a vehicle of sales tax and a vehicle that allows businesses in the marijuana business to be able to bank legally. It provides for a reinvestment program, an opportunity grant program, and as well an expungement program governed by federal courts. It ensures that there are no sales made to those under 21. It deals with substance abuse. This is a real step forward in bringing America together. And I know that my colleagues tomorrow on the floor of the House will recognize that is what we are doing. As many people know, the states that have decriminalized can continue. Those who have not can continue their laws as well. So I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 3884 when it comes to the floor. Let us do it in unity. I too want to take the opportunity very briefly, Mr. Woodall. I think we've seen each other quite frequently, either on this floor in the Rules Debate or in the Rules Committee. Let me echo the generosity and cordialness of your persistent intellect in challenging each and every one of us who came to make our case. That's all we can do as Americans and representatives, is to make our case. I join you. Let us work together for a COVID-19 relief package and have that as our legacy as we leave this place. But I wanted to make sure you knew that we Texans appreciate your great leadership. Georgians and Texans have a good relationship. Congratulations to you. With that, I yield back, thanking you for your service.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 4 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee and the Rules Committee, the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Woodall. First, before I talk about the bill at hand, I want to say just what an honor it has been serving with you on Rules Committee, Rob. You know, I didn't know Mr. Woodall really before I served on Rules Committee with him, and I found him to be very witty, a very good debater as well, and you do it in such a nice way. So you really win the debates, but you do it with a smile and you do it very friendly, in a friendly way. And I really, really appreciate the way you conduct yourself and how you actually win arguments, but you're very friendly about it. And I don't know what your future holds, but I wish you all of the best. You're extremely talented, and it really is an honor to serve with you. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the bill. I find it crazy, quite frankly, that the American people and small businesses are hurting because of the COVID crisis, and they need COVID relief. And we're not concentrating on a bipartisan COVID relief stimulus package right now that will actually be signed into law. I find it just incredulous that instead my Democratic colleagues are focusing on legalizing marijuana nationwide. Sometimes I think that the world is turned upside down when you have a state, I think it's Oregon, that bans plastic straws but legalizes cocaine and heroin. It just is insane to me. And I think to a majority of my constituents, whether they be Republican, Independent, or Democrat, quite frankly. And the thing that is interesting to me is I sit on Rules Committee and Judiciary Committee, and on a lot of these tobacco bills that the Democrats have been promoting, it says, okay, we don't want flavored tobacco, but yet on marijuana, they don't seem to care about that. They don't care. In this bill, there's nothing about we shouldn't have flavored edibles or candies or brownies that would be enticing to children. As far as I know, that's not in this bill at all. Yet we want to ban that with tobacco. This makes absolutely no sense to me, and no sense, I think, to the American public. And at a time when parents are trying to get their children back into school with an in-person option because their children are falling so far behind because of the lockdowns of schools, here we are with a bill that will make it easier for these same children to get marijuana products. I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I don't understand the motivation. I'm absolutely opposed to this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just, if I could respond to my good friend from Arizona. I'm not sure she was on the floor earlier when I announced that finally Mitch McConnell seems willing to want to negotiate a deal, not only on an omnibus bill, but he seems to be interested in talking about how we can get a COVID relief bill. This notwithstanding the fact for the last over 6 months, he has held everything up. We've actually sent 2 major COVID relief bills over to the Senate. So I'm hopeful. I mean, I'm gonna try to be hopeful that in fact this is for real. I'd also say that the focus of this bill is on our unfair, unequal, and racist drug laws. I mean, as I said in my opening statement, if people want to know what systemic racism is, look at how our drug laws are enforced in this country. You know, if you look like me and you were caught with a small amount of cannabis, you would probably get off with a very, very light sentence, if anything. But if the color of your skin were black or brown, it's a whole different story. I mean, our system of drug laws is what systemic racism is in this country. And no matter what you think about, you know, states legalizing marijuana or not legalizing marijuana, whatever, I mean, I think we all ought to be committed to making sure there is equal justice under our laws. People's lives were ruined because of the color of their skin and how our drug laws were enforced. It is wrong. It is wrong. And the time has long since passed for us to do something, and that's what this is all about. So we will work on the COVID relief bill, and I hope that Mitch McConnell is sincere in what he said to Speaker Pelosi, and I believe we'll come together on an omnibus bill to keep our government running, but we also need to address issues like this. And with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments and his courtesy. Listening to my colleague from Arizona sort of made my head hurt. This legislation does not legalize cannabis across the country. What it does is it stops the federal government from interfering with what states have decided to do. No small amount of irony, her state just approved legalizing cannabis, and this legislation would prevent the federal government from interfering with what her voters decided. I've been waiting for this historic moment for a long time. I was in the Oregon legislature, and we were the first state to decriminalize cannabis. And I've been working from Bangor, Maine to Santa Barbara ever since, trying to end the failed prohibition of cannabis. And it is happening today because it has been demanded by the voters, by facts, by the momentum behind this issue. It is now a $17 billion industry. It employs 250,000 people. It's powerful in terms of economic development. But more important, as my friend from Massachusetts said, this is an opportunity to strike a blow against the failed war on drugs that has literally destroyed hundreds of thousands of young black lives. Black people use cannabis no more frequently than whites, but they are arrested about 4 more times, and in some parts of the country, it's much, much greater. We're still arresting or citing 600,000 people a year for something that the majority of Americans now think should be legal. That's why the voters in this country took it into their own hands. That is why today, 99% of the American population have some access to legalize cannabis. But this will help us set up a system moving forward. It'll stop the interference with the federal government for research, for banking, for being able to promote an opportunity to make this work properly and not interfere with what voters and states have decided to do in the best interest of their public. I really appreciate our being to this point. The legislation was carefully crafted over the course of 2 years with the Judiciary Committee, and it comes on the heels of other legislation like the Safe Banking Act. And we have research legislation that's moving forward. And 5 states, including Arizona, just approved it again. Mr. Speaker, this is an historic moment. It's an important step towards rationalizing the policy, towards racial justice, towards health, so that maybe the parents in my neighborhood don't have to formulate cannabis medicine to stop their babies from being tortured with extreme seizure disorder. Extreme seizure disorder. That's why a number of states that haven't yet legalized cannabis have passed legislation to legalize that. This is an opportunity for us to right this historic wrong. This is an opportunity for us to turn the page and move forward without federal interference so that we're not outsourcing to Canada or Israel the product development. It's an opportunity for us to realize the promise while we realize the notion of racial justice. I urge in the strongest possible terms for my colleagues to get in step with the vast majority of the American public, with what's happened at the state level, to be able to make this safe, affordable, and healthy. Something that will make a big difference for people across the country. It's something that's time is long overdue, and I herald the day and hope that our colleagues will vote for it. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will amend the rule to allow for consideration of a bill that will assist our struggling small businesses as we enter the winter months and folks are anticipating increased risks of having to shut their doors. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert the text of my amendment in the congressional record immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on that bill, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the ranking Republican on the Small Business Committee, a gentleman who's had great experience bringing together bipartisan groups in an effort to make a difference for families back home. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding. I also want to reiterate the the comments of the previous speaker on our side, the gentlelady from Arizona. Mr. Woodall's made great contributions to this body in the decade that he served here, and he happens to be a classmate of mine. We came in together in 2010. That was his first time as a member of Congress. It was my second time around because I lost back in 2008 after being here 14 years, and so have seen Mr. Woodall in operation here for the last decade, and he's done a tremendous job on behalf not only of his constituents, but to the people of this great nation. So I want to thank him for his dedication and hard work for the people that he represents and for the people of this nation overall. So thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I spoke on this very floor, urging action on behalf of our nation's 31 million small businesses. As the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, formerly the chair of that committee for 2 terms, I said then that there was no better way to celebrate Small Business Saturday than to deliver much needed aid again to the small restaurants and manufacturers and shops that are just, many of them just hanging on by a thread. That assistance could come in the form of the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP program. That program has supported over 50 million jobs. Think of that, 50 million jobs all across this great nation. That's over 50 million people who didn't have to worry about how they were going to pay their bills or how they were going to support their families because of this bipartisan program that we passed here in this body. Unfortunately, that program stopped accepting applications almost 4 months ago, back on August 8th, but still has over $130 billion remaining in its coffers. Millions of small firms across the country have utilized the PPP program to keep their shops open, to keep paying their employees, and keep serving their communities. To me, it seems like common sense to open the program back up. After all, it was initially crafted, as I mentioned, in a bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats actually working together. It was bicameral, the House and the Senate working together, and then the administration obviously signing it into law. And that program has proven to be overwhelmingly successful and saved so many jobs all over this nation, including in my district back in Cincinnati. So I introduced a bill that would do just that and provide targeted assistance to small businesses that truly still need help. Unfortunately, the Democratic leadership in this body has blocked efforts to even have a vote on this legislation. Not just once or twice or 3 times or a dozen times, but 40 times, 40 times the Democratic leadership has blocked a consideration or having a vote on this, because the Democrats would also support this. You'd have Democrats and Republicans once again working together and passing this and helping small business people all across the country, and most importantly, the people and families that are supported by them. As we all know, many small businesses are still uncertain about their future. Many are on the verge of closing their doors permanently. If that continues to happen, communities all across our great nation will be absolutely devastated. This should have been dealt with months ago, but apparently our Democratic leadership feels it's more urgent to vote on legislation to legalize pot and to deal with lions and tigers than they do to help those small businesses who really need the help. And that's just a shame. Today, if we defeat the previous question, we make improvements to the Paycheck Protection Program and finally get additional targeted relief to the small businesses all across this country that are counting on us. Let's not let them down. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me just say to the gentleman from Ohio, I think we all know what needs to happen, and that is that the Senate Majority Leader needs to be willing to come to the table and sit down and work out a deal. We heard today that the Speaker has had a constructive conversation with him, and hopefully we will end up with something that, quite frankly, is going to help a lot more people than what the gentleman is suggesting here. What we do know is that nobody has been working harder than the Speaker of the House to try to get a COVID relief bill. She met round the clock with Secretary Mnuchin, with anybody in this administration who would be willing to come to the table. Our problem has been the Senate. Now that may be changing today. I hope it is. But I would also say that we have sent over 2 major COVID relief bills, which unfortunately the gentleman voted against, which would help not just small businesses, but help our schools, help our first responders, help with PPE for people who, quite frankly, are running short right now as we see another surge, to help support our cities and towns that are struggling, to help support our restaurants. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I am going to reserve the balance of my time, and I would say to the gentleman I'm willing to close if he is.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I think about how many times the gentleman from Ohio has been down here to do exactly what he has just done, which is to say, I have a bill that's ready to go, a bill that I know will get bipartisan support here on the floor of the House, a bill I know my friends in the Senate will be anxious to move, and a bill that I know the President will put his signature on. I appreciate his efforts in that, and I know it's not a Johnny-come-lately commitment to these struggling businesses. I remember when we were sitting down trying to work out that very first package in the spring, and the very productive role the gentleman from Ohio played in bringing people together to get that done. You remember that, Mr. Speaker. We didn't have a bunch of debates on the floor of the House, a bunch of previous questions to defeat, a bunch of amendments designed to confuse or distract. No, we worked it all out together. Both sides politically here in the House, both sides bicamerally here in the Congress, both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. Why? Because we all felt that sense of urgency to get something done, and we did it. Mr. Speaker, I tell constituents back home that the thing most freshmen are going to learn in the first 6 months that they didn't know when they got here is how hardworking and conscientious all of their colleagues turn out to be. All you see are these faces on Fox News or MSNBC fussing at one another, but the truth is that behind the scenes, it's a very powerful orchestra of men and women trying to get the people's business done. I want to say to my friend from Massachusetts, first and probably most importantly, I wish he was not chairman of the Rules Committee. I wish the Republican was chairman of the Rules Committee because the American people felt in their wisdom that Republicans should be running this institution. Lots of reasons why it didn't happen. I'm not here to place blame on that today, but I will say to the gentleman that if it cannot be a Republican who leads the Rules Committee, how pleased I am that the gentleman has led the Rules Committee, because his love for this institution far transcends whatever the political passions of the day are. The Rules Committee's had to do a lot of difficult decision making in this Congress, Mr. Speaker. I wish we did not have proxy voting in this institution today. We do. That's the product of a Rules Committee effort, and in many cases the effort of the wisdom of Solomon, trying to figure out how to protect an institution in all of its practices, where we are just caretakers of this institution, going to pass it on to the next generation, while we have to grapple with some challenges that we never anticipated grappling with, and hopefully we'll never have to grapple with again. The gentleman from Massachusetts has brought an incredible amount of not just leadership, but a great amount of love for this institution and for the members of his committee. And I don't want to embarrass the gentleman by pointing out some of these circumstances, but I can go through a list of times this year where the gentleman from Massachusetts has stood not on behalf of the Democratic caucus, but on behalf of the Rules Committee against some other undercurrents in the United States Congress to stand up on behalf of his 13 members and the work that we have to get done there together. That's never an easy thing to do, and I want to tell the gentleman how much I appreciate and notice those efforts. Mr. Speaker, to do the really big things that we all know need to get done, not the least of which are on the committee you and I serve on the budget committee. It takes strong men and women of conviction, but also men and women of faith, not just faith in their Lord, but faith in this institution that we can bring out the very best in one another as opposed to bring out the very worst. Far too often we have bills like the one before us today that could be bills that we were talking about with one voice. When is the right time to decide that edible marijuana for our children should be banned at the federal level? Is it after 50 states have grappled with these decisions? Is it before? Well, we've made that decision in terms of alcohol. We've made that decision in terms of tobacco. Seems like the easy time to make that would be now, but we've not made that decision in the underlying bill. We've not made those amendments in order. I said at the beginning, and I'll say here at the end, I'm glad we're taking up this legislation. It offends me. It offends me as one who loves the law that we ask federal law enforcement officers to enforce one set of rules while the state and local law enforcement officers may be enforcing a completely different set of rules. It offends me that we would put federal law enforcement officers in harm's way for an industry that, as my friend from Massachusetts pointed out, is a multi-billion-dollar cash cow legalized by state jurisdictions across the country. I am troubled by having two sets of laws in this country, laws we choose to follow and laws we choose not to follow. This is the institution to solve that. Having this discussion for the first time is a step in the right direction. Having this conversation end today because it's a partisan package that is not well thought through serves none of us. And I would again encourage my colleagues to defeat the rule so we do not go down that road. My friend from Massachusetts mentioned Janet Rossi on my team. I've got Nick Skafaris on my team sitting beside me, Mr. Speaker. We all are surrounded by great people that we get to work with day in and day out. When you go to work for a member on the Rules Committee, you know that means you will work early and you will work late and you will work often. It is a amazing opportunity you and I have to serve in this institution. It's also an amazing opportunity that folks that we get to surround ourselves with have to serve in this institution. There is no more humbling space than having someone who could do anything they want to with his or her life say, Rob, I'll join you. I will sit here with you. We will work side by side, and we will accomplish things together. While I appreciate the very heartfelt comments from my friend from Massachusetts and my friend from Oklahoma, one thing that occurs to me on my way out the door is how much less one would be able to do without all of the greatness that folks are surrounded by. I get to say thank you to Nick because he's here. I get to say thank you to Janet because she's here. But I would just say that to each of my colleagues who are here. We're all so lucky. Folks are surrounding us in order to help us all lift this great nation up. We often get sucked into the drumbeat of whatever the activity of the day is, if you've not had an opportunity to recognize the greatness of those staffers around you, and occasionally even the members around you, Mr. Speaker, or even those who sit on the other side of the aisle. A lot to be concerned about in America today, but a lot of opportunities for optimism, and many of those opportunities sit here and sit here and sit there and sit here, and I'm grateful to be a part of that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues defeat the previous question so that we can bring the Shabbat legislation to the floor. And if we can't defeat the previous question, defeat the rule so that we can go back and make sure all voices are heard. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and if indeed this is the last time I get to yield to the gentleman, I will say no one more deserves that adjective than the gentleman from Georgia. Thank you for your service and your friendship. Now yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for his kind words. I almost feel like I want to yield you more time to have the compliments keep coming. But But the bottom line is that even though we disagree on a lot of issues, and sometimes in our debates, you make me want to pull the remaining last 2 strands of hair out of my head. The reason why I sometimes feel that way is because you are passionate, you are smart, and you are effective. And you have served your constituency incredibly well, and you've served this institution incredibly well. And going back to what Mr. Cole said at the very beginning, I mean, I think this place would benefit from more people of your caliber. And even though you would like to demote me to ranking member instead of chairman, I am still going to miss you, and I want to thank you for your friendship. You're a good man, and we're going to miss you a lot. And Mr. Speaker, the underlying bill deserves to be considered and passed. As I said earlier, nearly 60% of the American public supports this bill. A majority of Democrats and a majority of Republicans throughout the nation want this bill passed. Prior Republican Congresses were apparently fine with turning a deaf ear to the will of the people. They blocked virtually all cannabis-related measures from getting a vote on the floor year after year after year. But this majority is not. We believe in listening to the people we represent. We believe in actually doing something about the war on drugs. Its failures have been staring us in the face for a very, very long time. Americans came together in record numbers following George Floyd's death to fight against systemic racism. Combating that means, among other things, reforming our policies toward cannabis. These laws have been used to disproportionately lock up people of color for decades. It is past time we show the moral courage to do something about it. This is a historic moment. Let us seize this chance. Let us pass this bill. Before I yield back the balance of my time, I urge everybody to vote yes on the previous question. I urge you to vote yes on the rule. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on this resolution.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 965, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Okay.
Susan, you're gonna do that, hey, Susan. Do this.
Granted to Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 3, 2020 at 11:44 a.m. that the Senate agrees to the House amendment to the bill, Senate 910, Senate 1069, that the Senate passed Senate 434, Senate 496, Senate 578, that the Senate passed with an amendment, H.R. 1044, that the Senate passed without amendment, H.R. 3349 and H.R. 3465. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
We got New York and Ohio. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. You ready? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7903 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7903, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to establish the Community Advantage Loan Program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to take a moment to recognize my good friend and colleague, Ranking Member Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat has led this committee with me for years, and together we have worked in a bipartisan manner to pass legislation that will help entrepreneurs across the country launch and grow their small businesses. Steve has been an absolute pleasure to work with. Not only is he results-oriented, but he is strongly committed to bipartisanship and finding common ground. While we do not always agree, Ranking Member Shabbat has always respected our views and the need to work together to do the right thing for America's small businesses. The bills we are bringing to the floor today represent our committee's long tradition of collaboration. Turning to the legislation now, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 7903, which could codify the SBA's Community Advantage Loan Program. Initially launched in 2011 as a pilot program, Community Advantage provides 7(a) loan guarantees to nonprofit lenders to make loans up to $250,000 to small businesses in underserved markets. As we all know, businesses in underserved areas have historically struggled to access capital through conventional credit markets. This is particularly true for minority-owned small businesses. According to the Minority Business Development Agency, the loan denial rates for minority-owned firms were about 3 times higher compared to those of non-minority-owned firms with gross receipts under $500,000. To that end, the Community Advantage Program partners with SBA certified development companies, SBA microlenders, and community development financial institutions, or CDFI, all of whom have deep relationships in their neighborhoods and can expand access to capital in these areas. The Community Advantage Program reaches significantly more women and minorities than traditional 7(a) loan program, which will be critical to helping these groups that were hit especially hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. To fill gaps in lending, it is imperative that we empower the community lenders with the strongest relationships in these areas. We can accomplish this by passing the bill before us today to bring stability and long-needed recognition to a program that has successfully delivered over $770 million in capital since its inception. I want to thank Ms. Chu and Mr. Spano for working in a bipartisan manner on this important legislation. I recommend a yes vote to all my colleagues in the House, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 7903 as amended. This is a bill to improve and authorize the SBA's Community Advantage Loan Program for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, before we get into the business of the day, I'd like to mention that with the passage of these 4 bills today, our committee has produced 35 individual bipartisan pieces of legislation that have passed the House just this Congress. We've had similar numbers to previous 2 Congresses as well. That's an uncommon occurrence in a time of divided government. The reason we have been so successful in improving the programs that benefit America's small businesses, and that's more than 30 million of them, and that's because of the leadership and the bipartisanship of our chairwoman, Nydia Velázquez. Now, this is my swan song, so to speak, here as a ranking member of the committee, as I'm term limited and therefore unable to continue serving in that role. I've had the pleasure of being on the Small Business Committee. I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee and Judiciary Committees as well. Been on it for 12 terms now, representing Ohio's 1st Congressional District. I've also been fortunate to have been the ranking member 2 of those terms and the chair of the committee 2 of those terms as well. And again, that's why I'm term limited. And in each of those terms that I have spent in a leadership position on the committee, my counterpart was chairwoman or ranking member Velázquez, and she's remained a valued friend and a reliable partner to do the things that we needed to do to help the nation's small businesses. And I want to sincerely thank her for the partnership that we've forged over the years. We share a common bond of wanting to do everything in our power to help America's small businesses. And we've consistently been able to put partisan politics aside and work together to support that goal. So again, I want to thank her for her willingness to work with me and my staff over those years, and I hope and trust that they'll be able to continue that relationship in my replacement, and I think that will happen. Finally, and I mentioned staff before, I want to thank the longtime Democratic Small Business Committee staffers, Melissa Young, Justin Pelletier, Naveen Parmar, and Ellen Harrington for their extraordinary commitment to bipartisanship over the years, and regardless of who was chair or who was the ranking member. Again, on that committee, we've worked together for many years now. Now to the business at hand. When traditional and conventional lending is out of reach for the nation's smallest businesses, they have the opportunity to turn to a number of the SBA's government-guaranteed lending programs. For approximately 10 years, the SBA has been operating a Community Advantage pilot program that combines access to capital and technical assistance. The legislation before us today makes structural changes and improvements in the program and authorizes it for 5 years. With oversight and reporting requirements in place, this program will continue to provide access to capital and consistency to the nation's job creators who truly need assistance. I want to thank the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Spano, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, for working in a bipartisan manner on behalf of the nation's smallest firms. They've both worked together on this and previous legislation, both of them. So again, the spirit of bipartisanship on that committee. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 7903, which was favorably reported out of the committee via voice vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady from California, the chair of our subcommittee on oversight, investigation, and regulations, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 7903, which would authorize the Community Advantage Loan Program for 5 years. To help our struggling economy, we need a bipartisan bill that gets money to those who need it. This bill, which I'm proud to have introduced with my colleague Congressman Ross Spano, does just that by providing statutory authorization to the Community Advantage Program, already a proven and successful pilot program. Thanks to Community Advantage, underserved small businesses who typically have the hardest time accessing loans can gain access to affordable financing and technical assistance from mission-based, primarily nonprofit lenders through SBA's 7A loan guarantee. That means more money in more communities to keep our businesses operating. And this is something we need now more than ever. The Community Advantage Program was first established almost 10 years ago as a pilot at the Small Business Administration, with the goal of delivering capital to the hard-to-reach businesses who need under $250,000 in financing to grow. And since 2011, the program has facilitated over $850 million in loans averaging $140,000 each. Compare that to the average 7A loan of $530,000, and it's clear Community Advantage is meeting a small business need that is unfilled by the traditional 7A program. It's also made a big impact in my district, where businesses have received nearly $10 million in Community Advantage loans. That includes businesses like Unincorporated Coffee Roasters in Altadena, California, which received a Community Advantage loan last summer. This business had been in operation for under 2 years, but their Community Advantage loan allowed them to expand into the space next door and open a second company to roast their own coffee beans for the wholesale market. They've even added jobs and continued to grow during the pandemic. That's what can happen when we make small business loans just a little less difficult to access. And it's an experience shared by businesses across the country. Last year, I chaired a hearing in the Subcommittee on Investigations, Oversight, and Regulations to examine the Community Advantage Program. We heard from borrowers and lenders about the ways that Community Advantage has closed the credit gap for underserved businesses. Because of their focus on economic and community development, the mission-based lenders that facilitate Community Advantage loans can leverage their strong relationships within the community to provide accessibility, guidance, and assistance to the businesses who too often find themselves on the margins without the ability to access capital from traditional banks. As a result, Community Advantage is able to reach far more businesses owned by people of color, women, and veterans than traditional 7A loans. This is a proven model, and we can see further evidence in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. When the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, first launched at the start of April, traditional lenders prioritized their largest and long-standing clients, making it difficult for underserved businesses to even submit an application for assistance. To address this problem, Congress established a set-aside lending authority for community financial institutions like certified development companies, microloan intermediaries, and community development financial institutions, many of whom are already certified Community Advantage lenders. This result was a success, as these non-traditional lenders were able to reach the underserved businesses and together deliver over 141,000 PPP loans totaling more than $8.5 billion. So now it's time to build on that success. This legislation before us today includes measures with bipartisan agreement to make the program even stronger. It will expand the definition of underserved businesses to explicitly include those owned by people of color and those located in undeclared disaster and declared disaster areas. And it will increase the percentage of loans that lenders must make in underserved markets from 60 to 75% of their portfolios. It will also allow SBA to make loans up to $350,000 on a case-by-case basis. With these improvements and the long-term certainty afforded by statutory authorization, this bill will make the Community Advantage Program an even more powerful tool for closing the credit gap and delivering affordable capital to more small businesses. And with a long and arduous economic recovery before us, this bill will make countless small businesses rebuild, and it will help them to start anew as we recover from the coronavirus pandemic. I want to thank Congressman Spano for his partnership and Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Shabbat for their strong support.
is the actual package that has the trays in it. The trays have the actual vials in it. A vial, by the way, the vials are made glass from Corning Glass, another great New York company. A vial contains enough for 5 dosages. The vial comes with a diluting liquid, and the actual vial gets diluted before the vaccination actually happens. One tray, they call this a tray, one tray can hold up to 195 vials. Each vial, this is a vial, can do 5 dosages. The package itself can hold 5 trays. So roughly 5,000 dosages could be in this one box. The storage and handling of the box itself is complicated. You can only open the box 2 times a day for 60 to 90 seconds each time, because keeping it the right temperature is very important. So it's either in ultra cold storage or it has dry ice, but then you can only open it twice a day for 60 seconds to 90 seconds each time. When you actually do the vaccine, you take out the vial is frozen. You have to allow the vial to thaw at room temperature for about 30 minutes. You then dilute the vial and let it stand for 2 hours, and then you have 6 hours to administer the dosage. Okay, so this is a complicated procedure. That's one dosage, and then the person has to come back and receive the second dosage about 21 days later. So the package comes, it either has to be stored in ultra cold storage, or the dry ice is replaced, and the dry ice can keep it. Up to 5,000 dosages, 5 dosages per vial, and then there's a procedure to de-thaw the vial, dilute the dosage, and then administer the dosage within 6 hours thereafter. And that's one dosage. Second dosage is 21 days later, and the vaccine really isn't effective until after the second dosage. So it's not easy, but it's real, and they're being manufactured, and they're going to be shipped. And we're very proud of Pfizer, and we're proud of Corning. And we are working very hard to be ready for the distribution and training people on the distribution to make sure it's all done correctly. But this is the weapon that is going to win the war. And that is the light at the end of the tunnel, right? So it's not tomorrow. It's not a short tunnel. But we know the way through this. We just have to get there. And we have to get there with as little loss of life as possible. Questions?
Plan for staffing, you've talked about how it is a big concern, especially for maybe smaller and medium-sized hospitals who might not be able to tap into staffers at other locations. What sort of, in the spring, obviously, we had the big plan to bring in volunteers from across the country. What sort of, beyond retirees sort of thing, what's sort of the plan to help with that issue?
We have the Surge and Flex system, which deals with hospital capacity. Hospital capacity has several elements within it. number of beds, availability of equipment, availability of staff. They're all in the capacity constellation. When you run into a problem with capacity, then you have the ability to actually flex from different hospital systems. So if one hospital system is in trouble because they're running out of capacity for any of the three elements, beds, equipment, staffing, then you can shift to another hospital system. Jesse?
Quick things. Is this a mock-up, presumably?
Nope.
Or is this, so this is actual vaccine that you have up there?
I will give you the first one. If you come here, I will be the first one to administer under doctor supervision. I'm going to also put some of this New York Clean in the vaccine, which will have the added benefit of cleaning your arteries while you're being treated by the vaccine.
We can do all this at the party
We can
tomorrow.
do it all at the same time.
So real quick, on the...
There is no vaccine in this vial. It is a vial, but it is without vaccine.
So going back to the focus areas, the hot spots.
But I didn't want to tell him that. I was going to put this in the vial and inject it into his own. Clean up his act.
So going back to the focus zones, at this point, I've lost count. I believe that there's 22 or so that are above 5%. Do you feel that the state has moved from kind of a containment strategy at this point to a mitigation strategy as part of this second wave?
I don't know that really containment and mitigation are applicable anymore, Jesse. Those were sort of terms they used early on. We are trying to contain. We are trying to mitigate. We've been doing both, right? Reduce the spread, flatten the curve, but also contain it. So I think we've been pursuing both strategies now from the get-go.
Okay, and on that...
But you're seeing, there's no doubt, you're seeing a nationwide global increase in the overall numbers. And then it depends on how you want to argue it. New York is seeing much less of an increase than other states, but we're still seeing an increase.
Do you feel that the hotspot strategy, the microclusters, has worked? Has that been a success considering the kind of spread of it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Look, you're not going to, do I think we're going to defy human nature and global dynamics? No. You're into the holiday season. You're seeing the same thing all across the world. Now, defy is a funny word. Has New York defied the dynamic more than other states? Yes. Has it defied it in total? No. You know it has defied it because that's the Johns Hopkins. Can you put up Johns Hopkins again? This is, the Johns Hopkins chart shows New York has defied the national surge, right? Otherwise, New York would have to be up there with Idaho and Kansas and South Dakota. Hasn't defied it absolutely, but it has largely, that's why we're all the way at the bottom. The microclusters is because we have so much data, much more data than any other state because we have so many tests. We know exactly where people live. So from a medical point of view, you can target much more closely, and you can target the medical resources so you're not chasing all over the state. You know it's this community. And to the extent you have to do economic restrictions, it's just this community. You don't have to close a restaurant in Queens because you have a problem in Brooklyn. You don't have to close a restaurant in Utica because you have a problem in Albany.
By the same token, though, when you talk about the using hospitalization rates as a new metric, right, to establish these zones, are you at all concerned about waiting this kind of 7 to 10 days after Thanksgiving? Once again, this is a virus that has shown itself to be very effective in spreading. A couple of days can make a difference. Are you worried about changing those metrics that far, taking that much time to change the metrics?
Well, we're adding the hospitalization rate to the factors, right? But where we are now, the hospitalization is most important. Are you going to see the infection rate increase? Yes. You're going to see it continue to increase, I believe, all through the hospital season. You talk to people like Dr. Fauci, the CDC experts, they all say the same thing.
I guess the question is, if the restrictions are pegged to orange, red, yellow zones on businesses and things like that, and we're waiting an extra 7 to 10 days to restrict those things while we kind of assemble data post-Thanksgiving, is that waiting too long?
Well, we have restricted them, and here's the real problem. The valve analogy and restricting, slowing the spread. At one time, you controlled, to a large extent, activity that was causing the spread. At this point, you don't control the overwhelming majority of the activity causing the spread, because over 70% of the spread is beyond your control. It's in small gatherings. It's in household parties. It was at the Thanksgiving table. Government cannot control that. The gyms, salons, the protocols are working. They're a very small percentage of increase. Restaurants, bars.
The number for a second, you said 70% of the indoor gatherings, but then when we spoke to Rob yesterday, he said that's only the 70% of the 20% that you've been able to contact trace. So that's actually really verifiable, only 14% that we know are coming from indoor gatherings.
No. You're
extrapolating that to the whole.
You're extrapolating to the whole. 20% is the 20% of the contact tracing is the database, which is tens of thousands of points of data. How many people is the 20%? Do you remember, what was it, 30,000, you have 30,000 data points. 30,000 data points is a large sample. You know, you take a statewide sample, you do 500 people, you extrapolate to the state, right? You do 500 people, you're going to extrapolate to the nation. You have 30,000 data points. That's a lot of data to extrapolate from. Let's do someone else first. Can we just, yeah, let's just.
I was just looking to clarify what he was asking. How can you say that's a representative sample or not?
I said 30,000 is a very large sample.
Well, you can't really, to Jesse's point, you can't really necessarily say that's a representative sample to completely rule out any spread from, you know, any businesses that are still open or indoor dining.
Well, 30,000, I think anybody would say is a very, very large sample to use as a reference point. I mean, 30,000. You know anything else that has a database of 30,000?
I do know that when it comes to
do you have a question?
Yes, I have one on vaccines and one on nursing homes. First of all, on the vaccine, you said that you wouldn't ask anyone to take the vaccine, that you wouldn't take yourself. Will you take the vaccine? Will you do it like you did with the test? And
Yes.
Do it in
Next
front of
question.
everyone?
Yes, I said that.
Will you be one of the first? Will you take
I
it?
said that.
You
I said I
will.
would not ask anyone to take a vaccine that I wouldn't take myself.
Okay.
I said I wouldn't ask anyone to take a COVID test that I wouldn't take myself.
And on the skepticism about vaccines, a lot of folks that we've spoken with, they're concerned that they'll have to take a vaccine to get on a plane, or that the state will be very strict and make people take the vaccine in order to get into a nursing home or eventually to go to school. Do you support measures like that to get on a plane to travel? Should you have to take a vaccine for COVID?
We don't control air travel requirements. That's a federal obligation.
Governor, I have a question that's actually not in regards to this, but today we found out about 5 big arrests of MTA workers who made hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime hours that they didn't actually work. Actually, the MTA Inspector General was involved in this. But anyway, the arrests are tied to a federal investigation. What do you think of this, and do you think that this is a sign of corruption or mismanagement in the MTA?
I think there are bad apples in every line of work. You have a multiple thousand workforce. You're going to have people who take advantage of the system. I was the Attorney General in this state. There are bad bankers, there are bad brokers, there are bad lawyers, there are bad doctors, there are bad college presidents, and I have no doubt that there are people who will abuse the system. The question is, I also did MTA cases as the Attorney General, by the way, on disability benefits. You have to have a system in place that can catch the person who commits fraud. There's an old saying before your time: locks keep honest people honest. Locks keep honest people honest. Have a system in place where if somebody defrauds the system, you catch them. I said to the MTA, I went to a facility late at night. I spoke about this gentleman named Jim Dwyer. He's a great columnist, was with the New York Times. Really a beautiful guy who I've known for many, many years. We go to an MTA facility about midnight one night, and people were supposed to be working, and nobody was there. Nobody was there. We went through the whole place, said to the supervisor, you know, where are the employees? And was supposed to be a camera. The camera was not operating, right? So you have to have the systems in place where people know if I leave early, then I can get caught and I will get fired. And if you don't have those systems in place, yeah, locks keep honest people honest. Good, last one.
As a follow-up though, I mean, a lot of this overtime goes back to even further than 2018. How come this hasn't been rectified prior? I mean, again, not to say you control the MTA, but that has been alleged that you do control
You
the
will
MTA.
you will never eradicate all bad actors in any system. It's
$460,000 is a lot of money in overtime. That's actually double what your salary would be.
yeah, but how many people was it?
5 guys.
Five
But that's
guys.
a
What's how
large
many
amount.
employees of the MTA about? 70,000. So it's 5 guys, you have a 70,000 person workforce, right? You're always going to have bad apples. Go ahead.
Governor, just a couple questions for you. You talked about hospital beds, but do you know how many ICU beds are currently available? Also, any comments on the State Board of Elections certifying every race today except for the 22nd Congressional District race? And one more question. Under normal circumstances, the Electoral College would be casting their votes, including yourself here from the Capitol, on December 14th. Is that still going to be happening here, or will that be happening virtually?
Those are all very hard questions that I do not know the answers to, but we will try to work them through one at a time. Where do the electors act?
I actually don't know. We usually do it in the Assembly chamber. Or Senate chamber. I'll find out and get back to you how we're doing it this year.
Nobody knows. You have stumped the panel. You win the first Vile Award. Come on up and get the first. What was your second question?
Any comments on the State Board of Elections certifying every race except for the 22nd Congressional District race? And do you know how many ICU beds we have?
Any comments on the Board of Elections certifying except the 22nd? I'm sorry?
The Brindisi race is still.
Yeah. I hope they certify the 22nd race. I know it's a close race, but great. As soon as they can certify all the races, they should. How many ICU beds available? Dr. Zucker is going to answer that question right off the top of his head.
I could tell you by some of the regions, but we're running around 20%. What do you have? 6,000
available. We 6,000 total in New York State. About 2,300 are available right now, and there's 377 COVID patients in ICU right now.
Is that part of the 53,000 that the governor mentioned before? And when you said 35,000 are currently occupied, does that include the 4,000 that
Yes.
Yes.
How many extensions
If you end elective surgery, the 35,000 comes down, right? That's part of the flex and surge. You know, of the 35,000, some are trauma, emergency who went in. Many of them are elective surgery. That's why when you end elective surgery, you make more beds available. So you open capacity that way. The 50% mandatory addition to the beds brought you from 50 to 75, right? So that's the flex that you have on the system.
Super quick questions.
Hold on a second. Did you answer the full question? What did you say?
On the ICU beds, Gareth, if you could go over, how many will you need if you go into a second wave? Are you guys have a larger estimate?
How many ICU beds will the state need in a?
Right now, 6,000 in the state. How many estimated you may need?
So we have 6,000 right now, total ICU beds in the state.
And that's available? Okay, it's
Total ICU bed in the state. Exact number is 5,976. That's total ICU beds in the state. Of those, 2,144 are available. 2,144 are available.
How many of the 2,000 people are COVID people?
377.
Okay.
Right, 377.
When you,
So how many are you going to need then if you guys?
You don't know.
I think you should, we've looked at the numbers. Back in March, the percentage of people who were hospitalized for COVID that ended up in the ICU was 25%. And now it's down at 19%. The people who ended up in the ICU who were hospitalized back in March, April, at that time, 85 to 90% ended up intubated, whereas now it's only about 45 to 50% that were intubated. As a reflection of a better management of patients who have coronavirus, and also people coming in to the hospital probably sooner because they recognize they may be ill. So those numbers have obviously improved from March to now. So that
The hospital treatment has changed dramatically. Remember the first time it was, they went into a hospital, we needed a ventilator, they were intubated. The number of intubations is way down. They've changed the medical protocol. The number that go to ICU is down, the number that is intubated is down, and the number that die has, what's the death rate?
We have it, it's 8% down.
It's 8% down from what? 23. Death rate was 23% if you went into the hospital. It's now down to 8%. Okay, I'm going to go to work. Thank you very much.
Governor, New York has